Welcome to today's live show. We're a bit late this morning because we had to reorganize everything with technical problems happening in the background. But, as Rachel was just saying, good things come to those that wait.
Yeah.
So we're finally live and running up.
Yeah, I basically discovered as I had everything all set up that my phone only had 24% left. So that was going to be a very short live stream. So
Yeah,
that unfortunately meant I had to set everything up all over again. Yeah.
Good evening, Twitchy Witch. How are you keeping this week? I hope you're having actually an amazing week so far. Tell me all about it. And Bear, how are you keeping as well?
Ursula, lovely to see you. Good morning. Yeah, it's a beautiful, beautiful spring day here in Asia. Is it lovely down there in Okinawa, Philip?
Yeah, it started off actually quite rainy, but it's actually clearing up now, so I'll be able to run around later on and not get soaking wet. Because Okinawa is quite funny, where it's most of the time it's like really, really nice, sunny, absolutely stunning and beautiful. But then when it rains because then we just get hit. Yeah, we get purely
Yeah,
hit with
it does.
the tropical rain.
Yeah, the couple of times I've been to Okinawa, it rained every single time for part of the day. And like you said, it was a tropical rain, so it was a pour. Like seriously, it was serious rain. It wasn't, there was nothing half-assed about it. It was rain with intention. It was still beautiful because it was warm, so I didn't really care.
Yeah.
It just yeah, we were in Naha, so we actually went to the Chinese gardens that are there. They're really beautiful. And it started raining while we were there, which actually made the whole thing really scenic. So thankfully there are pavilions in the Chinese gardens, so we could be undercover and watch the scenic rain on the pond from the safety of the the roof.
Yeah. You find that actually throughout Okinawa is that they really did bring over that Chinese idea of having pavilions. If you walk around any of the traditional areas or any of the parks that have provisionals, it's only when you go to modern areas or modern buildings and stuff they don't actually have. Well, sometimes they do, but most of the time they kind of don't. But yeah, all of the old roads and everything have those pavilions everywhere, and you can just imagine a jungle rain suddenly appearing and everybody running towards it and just getting under it for a wee bit, sipping away on tea and stuff, nice and romantic.
Yeah, the Korea is covered in beautiful, what I call sitting pavilions, because you're supposed to take your shoes off and sit on the beautiful raised wooden platform under this lovely roof. They're everywhere, and it's really nice. And it never occurred to me until you just said that they might exist because of the rain. Because unfortunately, the last 10 years, the monsoons have just not been coming to Korea. So it just hasn't been raining. The climate change, my friend. So we haven't been getting those beautiful summer rains. Instead, it's just hot and humid the whole summer. And so, there's no more of that beautiful, heavy, cooling rain that cleans the air and makes everything feel softer and more gentle. Nope, just hot and humid. Just hot and humid. And drought, of course, because Korea actually relies on those rains for its water supply. So it's been increasingly a problem that we just don't have the kind of water supply we used to.
Well, thank you so much for the subscription.
Oh, Dakota. Thank you for joining Philip's channel too. Dakota's one of my peeps. So yeah.
Oh, nice. Thank you so much. That means a ton to myself. And somebody else saying, Philip, you go around with bed head. Yeah, it's kind of growing out like that. The problem is if I try to straighten or anything, it starts to, my wife finds it so funny, but it starts to curve at the bottom. Because that's the way a lot of the women in my family, that's the way their hair kind of goes, or it goes curly. Like when they straighten it, it curls at the bottom. Like literally, this is actually a good example there. The way that's curling there. If I straighten the rest of my hair, it all curls out. So what I do is I just leave my hair alone, and I think it actually looks better if I just leave my hair alone in the morning. Just kind of wake up and just kind of leave it doing its own thing right now, until I get it cut. But my wife Yuki prefers my hair long like this. She likes the old messy look like that. So.
Well, it really you can definitely see your medieval Irish ancestry and the way your hair is going. If you compare your hair to those effigies from the 15th
Yeah.
century, those beautiful curling locks that come to
Mm,
about here. I bet if
yeah.
you let your hair grow that long, you'd probably look like one of those effigies.
What's really bad is actually my brother Shane. So my dad's side of the family is from Limerick, but my mom's side of the family is actually from Rachel's favorite spot up around Mayo, Sligo area, up around
Yeah.
there. And my mom's side of the family, all of their hair is really, really curly. And my brother Shane, who, by the way, has massive blue eyes, are absolutely everybody, like every time somebody sees my brother Shane's eyes, they like stop for a few seconds because they're trying to digest how big and blue they are. It's absolutely wild. But his hair is so curly. Most of the time, he actually, no, he's very bad right now. He actually grew his hair out last time I seen him. But when he was younger, he always shaved his hair and stuff. But anytime it used to grow out, oh, it used to get so curly. He's got that natural, the whole romance around Irish curly hair and ginger
Yeah.
hair and all that stuff. That's what was it called? My mom's side of the family is naturally dark reddish and curly. So yeah, that's my mom's side of the family because sometimes people turn around and say, "Oh well, what was it called? Ginger isn't really Irish and all that kind of stuff. You
What?
mostly see over in Russia and stuff." And I'm like, no,
Uh,
actually, my mom's side of the family, where you see the likes of the Banshee and that proper kind of Gaelic feel, that's my mom's side of the family. Now, my dad's side of the family, which is from the city of Limerick, that kind of has more darker hair, more straighter hair. Like even my nose is slightly bigger than my mom's side of the family and stuff. So I would say my dad's side of the family has more kind of that kind of darker kind of Irish more than anything else. That more of that kind of,
right.
as they were calling them in the medieval sources, the Gaul Gael, the foreign Irish. That's definitely my dad's side of the family.
Foreign Irish.
Yeah.
Yeah. I love how we always try to tribalize ourselves pretty much in any period of history. We find a way to
Mm,
other people so that our little group can be protected, which actually kind of plays into our topic for today. So these last couple of weeks have just been a roller coaster for us, haven't they, on
oh,
our
stop.
respective channels.
Mm. God,
uh, you know,
I go on.
yeah, I mean, I had a what I would classify as a dumpster fire of a medieval story time on Saturday, where someone brought up the topic of the Inquisition.
Mm,
Um, and that, of course, led to people going, "Oh, the Inquisition! Millions of people killed in Europe." And I'm
mm,
like, there were only so many millions to start with.
mm.
So, what is it you're implying? So, one of the things I would definitely like to talk about today is to address some of the ridiculous statements that were made in that live stream. And then, of course, we have, we've had a whole bunch because of the Easter season.
Yeah,
There's been a lot of
just straight
talk
out
about.
Easter.
Right. Yeah. Just, it's the Easter season. And so all the usual myths crop up about what, is Easter a pagan holiday, or is it a
Mm.
Christian holiday, or is it something else? So
Well, on my side of the argument, you see, we just came straight out of Easter, so my all of my TikToks and all that stuff that's popping up is from more of the Irish side. I don't know how your algorithm is right now on your side, Rachel, because you seem to get more of the neutral medieval stuff, and I seem to get the very radical Irish stuff on my
yeah.
algorithm. And
Yeah,
on
I
my
don't, they're
side,
not,
well,
my stuff generally doesn't get shown to the radicalized segment of the population that yours does.
yeah, I know, right? Which is handy when we do collaborations and stuff. Because I did a collaboration with my Welsh friend yesterday, and God, I had all new Welsh comments on that I didn't have before. So it's really interesting how the algorithm works. But
Yeah.
regardless, I've had tons of radical arguments between neo pagans. And by the way, I have pagan theologians that say really, really smart stuff. They're very well educated. But then you have people, I don't know how to word this without being offensive, but you have people who are very much into pagan history, but they kind of have this idea of, especially in Ireland, of this kind of Christian versus pagan interpretation. So anytime they come across things like the debates around Easter and stuff, they
Oh,
always
yeah.
take it that there was this endless war between pagans and Christians in Ireland. And then I have to like come up, when I'm talking to them. I don't want to be offensive and try to put them into a corner or anything, because I know where they're getting the information from, which is quite biased to even start with. But I have to explain to them in Ireland, and I'm not talking about the rest of Europe, but in Ireland, there was no Christian versus pagan going on. It's actually really, really super blurry inside of Ireland. And as I was saying last week when we were talking about St. Patrick, um, the thing is that Ireland kind of just got a hold of the Bible. They got a hold of all this Christian information and
Mm.
other information with it. And then you suddenly have, and Rachel will go into more of a conversation about this now, because you did do more research into the quote unquote the fall of the Roman Empire and your interpretation. Well, what you've been getting from the main actual sources on that's actual hard facts. But what happens is that Ireland, what from our interpretation in Ireland, Europe sort of has this dark age, just kind of a cut-off point between the information going between Rome itself and Ireland. So Ireland is left with all this Christian information, and at the same time, they are still, until around 550, they're still officially, quote unquote, Celtic pagan. So they're Celtic pagans. They have all this Christian information. So they're slowly digesting it to themselves. And they're turning around and saying, actually, this Jesus guy is actually brilliant. Love your neighbor, love the guy across the street. Let's actually take this information on to ourselves. So they never turn around and say, actually, this St. Patrick guy, he's a jerk. Or this guy called Jesus, he's a jerk as well. Let's get rid of these people. They don't turn around and say that. So what happens is they're looking at their own gods and saying, it says in this book here that these gods are like saints. So we'll start making these guys into saints. This is my interpretation, by the way. So if you guys want to butt in and go in with your interpretation, I have no problems. But from my interpretation, they're turning around to the likes of, the goddess Burgundies and stuff and saying, actually, this Burgundies is more like a Saint Bridget, So they start converting and changing these people from gods and goddesses into saints. And it says in this book as well that there is only one God. So we'll make that one God the main fella. And so what you have, instead of like just a full-on Christians coming in and wiping out all the pagans in the area, what you have is a complete blur where they slowly transform during the early medieval period, left to their own devices, from what was it called, Celtic paganism into insular Christianity. And it's not until the 12th century that you suddenly have Roman Christians coming over and saying, oh, this is almost right, but we're going to make a few changes onto that.
Yeah, I mean, the early, this is one of those misconceptions. People have this, and it's because in the modern world, we have a lot of very centralized institutions and we have mass communication, and we have had for a long time, for centuries at this point. But in the first multiple centuries of the existence of the Christian church, and I use that term on purpose because there are multiple churches actually in early Christianity across the Christianized world. And so, eventually we get down to there being a Latin church, right? But that's not how it starts. And it's one of the things I found out when doing a little more digging into the Inquisitions, plural, by the way, is that in the, up until about the 12th century, the time of the First Crusade, there's not a lot of teaching of the catechism actually in any kind of real way to the average person, right? Sermons are not really a thing. There are some, intellectuals in the church, but they tend to actually end up separated from the majority of the Christian population in monasteries. Like they're all philosophizing about these deep ideas about, when should Easter fall and what is the nature of the Trinity, and they're not communicating and publishing works that are being read by the vast majority of the people. And so the average Christian didn't necessarily have a deep understanding of their own faith. Which is apparently part of the problem when the Cathars come along.
Yeah.
And they start saying things that make sense to people, and they're like, oh well, because apparently the average understanding of the catechism and of Christianity was just not terribly high, because there wasn't really a centralized a way to control that centrally all the way from Rome.
Mm.
across Europe. It's not even the Roman Church, even the Latin Church, as some people will call it, was not monolithic
Yeah.
in the first millennium, basically.
Mm.
So yeah, it makes sense that, over there in Ireland, these monks, these priests, these, converted Christians are all just, they've got what they've got and they're coming to their own interpretations.
Yeah. What do you expect? They're just kind of left with their own books and stuff. It is massively debated how much of an interpretation they would have got from the Coptic Church and the Byzantine Empire, because the Byzantine Empire and the Coptic Church in Egypt and Ethiopia, they don't have a dark age. There's no sudden collapse to Ethiopia, Egypt, and the Byzantine Empire in modern day Turkey. They just continue going by. And the Rome, you can easily go into more detail about this. It seems like Rome does have a quote unquote dark age, but Rachel would know more than I do. So there does seem to be a disconnection to what's happening with the Roman teachings to Ireland. But we know that the Coptic Church and the Orthodox Church and, well, Christianity in the Byzantine Empire continued to, bring boats and trade over to Ireland, because there's tons of effigies found all over Ireland that actually fits more into, when you're doing the effigies of the cross. Those crosses look more like something you'd see in Egypt and the Byzantine Empire. For example,
Yeah.
they have this cross from Constantinople, and it's got these two bells at the very end of both sides. And you only find those sort of bells over in Turkey. So it's like, Jesus, like, how did hell did these and it's not even like they actually found these objects, it's these effigies. Somebody came along, and like, we're still debating and have our own interpretation why someone would do this, but someone's coming along, and you can find this in Kerry, by the way, in the middle of nowhere, where there must have been like at some stage ring forts and stuff around there, but somebody's turned around to someone else. It looks like this is the interpretation we have right now. He's turned around and says, I seen this absolutely amazing cross when I was in Constantinople. I need to show you what it looks like. And they just started to carve
Yeah.
into the rock what it looks like. But you can actually find these throughout all of Ireland. Egyptian ones from Ethiopia, because they're both under the Coptic Church, and ones to do with the Eastern Roman Empire, Constantinople. So it's very interesting that there must be a level of communication and understanding of the Christian Church, especially around the 6th century. But then over time, that starts to collapse as well. But
Yeah.
that's just my interpretation.
That's another one of those. Oops, I pulled the wrong thread. That's another one of those, those situations in which you have evidence of the interconnectedness of the early medieval world, right? In the medieval world in general. Yeah. So one of the things that triggered me in this, we'll go by order of when posts were made. So last week, it's time has no meaning for me anymore, but last week at some point, I shared a picture as specifically to get conversation going and to trigger the algorithm, because that's a toxic ecosystem in which we live. But I was also interested in the actual conversation about the Dark Ages, in quotes. Was there actually a Dark Age that was basically kicked off in 476 with the fall of the Western Roman Empire, of Rome itself, to the Ostrogoths, or is that just, Victorian slander, basically? Right. And I did this, I shared a really cheeky meme that is kind of taken from The Simpsons, actually, the TV show The Simpsons. And it was one of the things that I found very interesting about this was how many people didn't read what I actually wrote.
Oh, lovely.
In the post. They only looked at the meme. They did not read what I actually wrote and asked in the post. And so, of course, we had some real critical thinkers responding not to anything I actually said, but only to the meme. And then we ended up with, a bunch of people actually having honest discourse, but then inevitably the honest discourse turned to insults and ad hominem attacks. So, the question of, first off, you have to define what a Dark Age is. And, to you, what would constitute a Dark Age in any given period of history? What makes a Dark Age a Dark Age? Is there an absolute, or is it a question of relativity?
Well, my interpretation of what is a dark age, and from what I've read so far, it's when there is, well, the thing is that we have two interpretations of the dark age that I've been fed as a child, which was when I was younger, it was the case of, oh, well, this is the complete collapse of society. But
Right,
now it seems to me that our interpretation has changed to, well, there doesn't seem to be a complete collapse in society, but we are still lacking written information. So it's like somebody from a historical perspective just suddenly turned off the lights. So we don't actually quite know what was going on.
right,
Because there seems to me like when people think of a complete collapse in society, it's like everyone just suddenly all lies down and they stop
right.
developing. When that may not have been the case, it seems to me that, the Visigoths come in, they take over the administration, but life goes on. That day when a Roman farmer woke up and he went off to the farm. He still went off and did his farming. He
Yeah,
did his farming. It made absolutely no difference to him. So if you're thinking it from an average person sense, there was no change in your life. The
yeah,
Visigoths took over the administration. That's it. Nothing else
yeah,
happens. You still got up that day, went off and did your farming, and then came back into the house that day and went to sleep. It made zero difference from our interpretation right now as historians and academics, where before, especially when I was a child, the interpretation was the fact that the dark age came and all the farmers just lied down, and we had to lie down for 200
right.
years. Yeah, that seems to be have been the older interpretation of what happened during this quote unquote dark age.
Yeah, I think it's from what it's really weird. So in medieval history, in history, when you're learning European history,
Mm,
when I was learning European history, they talk about the Ostrogoths came in, they took over Rome, and that was it. No more Roman civilization. And then you're like, but the Roman Senate met until like 563.
yeah.
So what do you mean there was no more Roman civilization? And that never made sense to me. And yet no one ever bothered to mention the Justinianic plague,
Mm,
the first bubonic plague in Europe that we can document. It's
yeah.
possible that the one in Athens in the classical era was also bubonic, but I haven't seen any scientific studies to verify that it was Yersinia pestis. But the way it's described, it sounds like it.
Mm,
But the actual first great dying in Europe is the Justinianic plague in the 6th through the 7th centuries, when estimates put up to 50% of the population dying.
mm,
And as you know, that reached to Ireland, that reached to the United Kingdom. They've actually recently tested, they're testing all these bones in cemeteries. It's great. And they're finding out all kinds of fantastic information. And one of the fantastic bits of information that they discovered Yersinia pestis in 6th century bones in the
Jesus.
United Kingdom.
Mm,
So Yersinia pestis is the bacterium that causes bubonic plague, for those who don't
mm,
know. So they found Yersinia pestis in these bones, these 6th century bones.
mm,
And so they're now pretty certain that the Justinianic plague was an earlier strain of Yersinia pestis. And so it
mm,
caused this massive die-off. Now that era, I would rate that era absolutely as a dark age. when you when everyone is dying around you, and when you have that much of a loss of human life,
mm,
suddenly you can't continue the way you did before,
yeah.
because survival becomes number one. We no longer care about maintaining the aqueducts. In fact, the people who used to maintain the aqueducts, well, they all died. So we
Mm,
don't even know how to maintain the aqueducts anymore. The people who used to mix the magic concrete that heals itself, yeah, well, most of them died too. And the one who remains, again, is just trying to stay alive. So he's not going to take on apprentices and pass on the information, right? So instead of continuing forward with advancement, people start focusing on just not, just surviving.
mm,
And so I do think there was actually a period of recovery. Now, whether
mm,
we call that a dark age or not, I guess that's kind of subjective, right? Like,
yeah.
is dark ages, I kind of personally view dark ages as being relative.
Mm,
So, when the pace of development slows down or grinds to a halt, then maybe that does count as a dark age. If
Yeah.
the kind of technology we were maintaining before ceases to operate because we no longer can operate it, then maybe that does in fact count as a dark age. But it certainly isn't the 1,000 years of the Middle Ages, because eventually the population recovers and we start going again, right?
Yeah.
We go from the vertical loom to the horizontal loom. That's one of the great people so underestimate the value of just that development. And that's a medieval development, right? Going from the horizontal loom or vertical to the horizontal loom, they develop a completely new system of farming that the Romans didn't have. And that, allows the population in the Middle Ages to start booming during the warming phase, especially.
Yeah.
So I do think there is a very small period surrounding the Justinianic plague that I would absolutely call a dark age in Western Europe. And I'm going to preface that by saying, as always, Spain does not apply.
Yeah.
Spain in the Middle Ages is the exception to almost everything you can say about the Middle Ages. Not necessarily everything, but almost everything you can say about Western medieval Europe, you can't say about Spain. Because it gets conquered by the Arabs, and they implement all of the technology that they basically took over from the Romans, that they inherited from ancient Rome. They just set that technology up there, right up. They build all these beautiful palaces in these cities with sewage and running water and all of that. So it's, medieval, and they have bathhouses and they've got hypocausts. In fact, I found out that in Spain, they basically have had a continuous tradition of floor heating from the Roman Empire through to like the 19th century. They were actually still building hypocausts in homes. So, the rest of Europe is like, floor heating? What's that? Except for a couple of monasteries that also continued the tradition. So, yes, I think there was a dark age, but it's not what people think it was. And I don't even think I'm not certain if it's true about the lack of written sources, because there are a lot of written sources from the 6th and 7th centuries. So, I'm not certain that's even true, that it's a lack of written sources. It could be a lack of people being aware of those written sources, or maybe it's fewer relatively, but it's not none. So, yeah.
It's interesting, right? Because obviously, as I was saying to you, and I've said a few other people as well, like a few weeks ago, myself and the wife went over to Taiwan, and it was there where I ended up having a completely new and different interpretation of what is the Middle Ages. And from a Chinese perspective, the Middle Ages is
the
kind
golden
of a middle,
era.
it's a middle development with the fall of ancient China. Then you have this middle development in the middle where you have the fall of the Han Dynasty, ancient China. So ancient China collapses, definitely 100% is gone in 220, right? So that's 200 years before, Europe turns around and says, okay, so this is our middle development. This is the start of the medieval period. This is the start of our middle development. China puts it in 220. And even on top of that, China would say, well, actually, to understand 220, you have to go back to 180. And even on top of that, you need to go all the way back to the Bronze Age to understand the start of the Middle Ages in China. So even on top of that, 220 is kind of, just a place where they have to put the mark of saying, okay, so this is the start of our middle development. It's not a dark age. It's a change of administration from ancient China into the middle development of China. And that goes on to the Ming Dynasty, when they suddenly have a renaissance back to ancient China. But in none of those stages is there a dark age. There is zero dark age. Why? Because the administration in Beijing, that continues. You still have the old clerks, the old accountants, and all of the old educated class of Beijing still running the system. None of them perish. In fact, when the Mongolians kick in the doors of China and take over, Beijing, they don't take over the administration. It's the same educated class that run it all the way up to around the arrival of the all the modern revolutions that go on. I don't specialize in
colonialism until colonialism, more or less.
Basically.
I mean, honestly, so from what I've read, I would say that the Tang Dynasty is is China's real golden era,
Mm.
because the Tang Dynasty, they're innovating left, right, and center. Women have so many rights under the Tang Dynasty. They have that's the era when they have a female empress,
Yeah,
right?
that's true.
They have the trade is booming all over Asia. Tang has so many client states. Korea is among them. The Shilla, the three kingdoms, then ultimately unified Shilla falls under that heading.
Mm.
It is sort of their golden era. Like, I would say that's not the medieval period for them. It's like the best period, because the Ming
Mm.
Dynasty sets itself up for failure, right? Like, the Ming Dynasty in its earliest part, sort of like Joseon in its earliest part, has this booming golden era, and they set out the voyage of discovery, right? The expedition of discovery, those massive ships that Ming sends out all over the known world, and they get down to Africa, they go all over Asia. There's some theories that they may have even made it to the Americas, or at
Mm.
least to a lot of Polynesian islands. And they bring back so many amazing things from all over, your Africa and Asia. And then it all shuts down. The emperor dies. The next emperor is xenophobic, and he shuts it all down. He scuttles the entire fleet. These ships were, oh my God, the most advanced ship the world had ever seen, and
Mm.
probably would see for another couple of hundred years. He shuts it all down. He
Mm.
scuttles the fleet, sinks it to the bottom of the harbor,
Mm.
and that's kind of the start of the end for China in its basically its economic dominance of
Mm.
Asia. And via Asia, even if you compare China, most parts of China in the medieval period, to most parts of Europe in the medieval period, the comparison is going to be unflattering
Oh yeah,
for Europe.
massively. Yeah.
For Europe.
But that's the thing, because in Europe we've associated the word dark age with medieval period so much. When you
Yeah,
say medieval now, your brain doesn't try to translate the word itself. Your brain just thinks dark age, and that's a
yeah,
training. We've been trained into thinking that. The word
yeah,
medieval, and you can correct me on this one, Rachel, its direct translation in Latin is just, Middle Ages, the middle point, the middle of our evolution, going from the ancient world. We're having suddenly a middle transition point, and then we're going on to the modern point that we have today.
yeah.
It's not the medieval period is not. It doesn't mean dark age. Its
Mm-mm.
translation is not dark age. It's
It's not.
translation is middle point. It's a middle transition point, and that's
Yeah,
exactly how the Chinese look at it. It's just a
yeah,
middle transition point from the collapse of the Han Dynasty in 220 up to the rise of the Ming Dynasty, and going into the whole Chinese Renaissance, when they're rebuilding the administration to the point of the Han Dynasty. And even on top of that, as Rachel has pointed out, there's plenty of points in what was it called? China's history, where they hit even greater points than they did during the Han Dynasty.
yeah,
And the reason why they even referred to as a kind of renaissance is because the administration fits more in with ancient China. Because from a
yeah.
Chinese perspective, old is amazing. We need to get back to the old administration. That's the
Yeah,
greatest of all time. But as Rachel has pointed out, there, and other people would agree with her, other academics, is that maybe old isn't the greatest thing, because what happens is that you have the collapse of your society, but that's very, very, very massively debated,
yeah.
of course.
Yeah, so Jim had a question a little while ago. So I talked about floor heating, and this is relevant to China and Asia as well, because for at least 2,000 years, Asia has also had floor heating. So what is
Mm,
floor heating? Floor heating is a system. Historically, modern floor heating is water, but
mm,
historically, floor heating was hot air that was basically forced through channels in the floor so that the floors would heat, and then convection would cause the air to circulate.
mm,
And so that would create this nice, even heating.
mm,
And that was achieved in both Europe during the Roman Empire. Well, starting with the ancient Greeks. That's kind of the earliest I could find it in Europe, was the ancient Greeks, and then the Romans took it over from them. Basically, you have a furnace.
mm,
You feed the furnace, and it's attached to the building under the floor at the very edge. And then there's a chimney on the other side of the building, and there are channels underneath the floor so that the chimney actually draws the hot air through the entire channel system, heating up the floors as it goes, and then of course the smoke escapes out on the chimney side.
Mm.
So that's basically how floor heating worked until very recently. For those of you who have floor heating now, it's water. So they actually have hot water that is piped through the floors. And that may be because it's definitely less dangerous than piping hot air from a furnace that maybe could have, I don't know, sparks in it.
Mm.
And could set things on fire. So that's what floor heating is. And here in Asia, they've had it for at least 2,000 years. I haven't been able, I kept meaning to look and see what is the earliest datable hypocaust system here. But and the thing and also I was curious if it was a parallel development or if it was something that was transmitted from one side of Eurasia to the other. Because Philip, you and I've said this before, and I'll say it again: Europe and Asia are not two separate continents. They
Yeah.
are one. They are
Yeah.
one continent.
Yeah, even I trip over that, to be quite honest with you, because what was it, 2 or 3 weeks ago, I was looking at the history of the Turks, and I always imagined the Turks were just in Eastern Europe and up around the Eurasia area
Oh
of
no.
modern day Turkey. No, 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 no. They
Yeah,
took
no.
over the administration of Beijing at one point. I was like, what? The Seljuk Turks were in China. The Seljuk
Yep.
Turks managed to, before the Mongolians, managed to smash down the walls of China and smash on over to Beijing and actually take
Yep.
over the administration of Beijing. I was like, no way.
Yeah.
Yeah, massively. We seem to forget that in the middle we have the steppes and the nomads that are easily able to fly around
Yep.
between Eastern Europe all the way over to China and even take over that whole protection racket, because we have these big open gaps of settlements, big open areas in between, which also, by the way, is very, very it's sort of funny, because there is areas where you have built up trees and mountains and so on and so forth, which nomads always highlight. Actually, it's not open. There is points where there's big open mountains and forests and all
Yeah.
that kind of stuff. So even on top of that, it's quite complicated in itself. But regardless, you do have areas where nomads go between these settlements, which is pure protection rackets. And that's the
Yep.
kind of middle point we always seem to forget, which
Yep.
also is very, very important within the medieval period, of trying to understand how the medieval period works and its economics, how the administration works, that you need to understand these protection rackets that go between China, which we refer to as, the Silk Road and various other
Right. Right.
trade networks, which go between China, specifically Beijing, all the way over to the likes of Constantinople and those city areas during the medieval period.
Yeah, I mean, here in Korea, we have ancient tombs, lots of them, very
Mm,
well preserved, surprisingly. And so we've been inside of a tomb that I'll take you there. If you and Yuki come visit, I will take you to this tomb. You can go
nice.
inside of it. And it was reconstructed after they finished the excavation so that it looks exactly like it did when they opened the chamber.
Mm,
And this tomb dates to the 6th century AD.
mm,
And in this tomb, in this sarcophagus, were contained items from all across Eurasia, including glass from Rome,
mm.
glassware, blown glass
Yeah.
that was made in Rome and imported across the entire continent, basically, to what is now Korea. And it survived whole in this
Mm.
tomb until they excavated it in the 1970s. And so when you look at this glass in the museum, you think to yourself, oh, that looks like it's from IKEA. And because it's in such great condition, you would think they just went to the local IKEA. There's one in Busan, and they
Mm,
bought a blue party glass, basically. And then you read the sign and you're like, no, this was hand blown
mm.
in the 6th century in Rome, and it somehow made it all the way. I can't even get glass to last that long in my house,
Yeah.
let alone shipping it by wagon
Yeah.
from Rome to modern day Korea. Just forget it.
But
So that
this is why
the
a lot of
connections, right? These connections are real.
mm. But that's why a lot of people joke that we're living in a dark age now, because right now we're not producing anything that's as good as what we see in the 70s. Never mind anything that's good as
Yeah.
the Roman Empire. Everything in my house right now breaks so bloody easy.
Yeah.
You swear we were living in we probably are in a dark age.
Right. We are in a dark. I mean, I have read some theories that are actually quite good
Mm,
about essays rather, like the comments. I can no longer see comments from anything basically, as far as I can tell. The last comment I got was from Jim saying, "Thank you, I see exactly what you're saying." So
mm.
I'm not ignoring anyone. It's just that the gremlins in my device have decided I don't get to see the chat
Yeah,
today.
I'm the same.
So,
Yeah.
so we're not ignoring you, everyone. We are definitely not, and we are live. This is not AI. And we apologize if we're not seeing your questions and comments because gremlins. What can we
Mm,
say? Um,
yeah.
anyway, what were we saying before that? Oh yeah, quality, right? Yes, everything now has built-in obsolescence,
Mm,
right? Specifically so that it will deteriorate and break, so that we have to buy new items. It's
mm,
garbage.
yeah.
Um, yeah, it's absolute. It's absolute. I hate it. I absolutely hate it so much.
Absolutely
But oh
right.
yeah, the essay I was reading, right, says that we are in a dark age. That was it.
All
Yes.
right.
I've read I was like, I know, how do we get to that? Yes. So I have actually read several essays explaining why it is that we are already at the precipice. We're not at the we're not before it, we are already in it.
As
And
in
one
right
of
now,
those,
like,
as of right now, and one
okay.
of those reasons is that we are so reliant on high tech.
Yes.
We are so reliant on high tech that if we took away even just the topmost layers of the high tech, we would probably be unable to function as a society. I'm talking internet. If the internet went away, our civilization might well collapse, and we might well find ourselves in a real dire straits, because so many of our systems, our enforcement mechanisms, our communication relies on the internet. That if just that layer went away, woohoo boy, we would be in dire straits, because for the most part, we don't know how to do things anymore without that.
Mm,
And honestly, modern armies are the same way. They rely on all of this really high tech communication. You remember in the movie Independence Day, where they actually use Morse code and
yeah.
a telegraph to actually communicate? How many people do we have left who could actually do that now? It's
Yep.
been 30 years since that movie. So
Mm,
how many people now do we have that could communicate using something as low tech as Morse code, if all of our communication systems, for whatever reason, stop functioning?
yep.
So
Which could easily
I
happen.
right, yeah, it could easily happen. So I have read that we are basically already in a dark age, and now with generative AI and the large language learning models that are basically replacing people's brains, we're definitely, in my opinion, in a dark age. It's going to get real dark.
Yeah.
It's going to make the Justiniac plague maybe look like a party.
Oh yeah, 100%. If the lights suddenly went out now, especially for future generations, like how are they supposed to access all this information? How are they supposed to, tell the difference? Even if they could get a hold of all this information, which is funny because we have all these computer servers and all this
Yeah,
stuff that doesn't really last thousands and thousands of years. Like we don't know
yeah,
how long those servers and stuff, last. We can't tell which information is useful information or what information is bad information. And when you're 1,000 years on, and these academics are looking at all these books, they'll be like, "Where's all these books? You know,
where are the books?
how are we
Where are
supposed
the
to know what the hell is going on here?" Like,
Yeah,
So,
with everyone using ebooks these days for so many things,
mm,
the number of actual real printed publications is dropping drastically. So
mm,
yeah, who knows? Will they be able to access the information on thumb drives? Will
yeah,
the thumb drives actually still retain the data after centuries? Will they survive physically after centuries? I really think that not only are we entering a dark age because we are overly reliant on high tech that can easily be taken from us, but also that in hundreds of thousand years, when people are investigating this period of history, they're going to wonder why there are so few writings, because
oh
not
yeah,
many of them will actually survive. And books these days are printed so cheaply on cheap materials that aren't going to endure for thousands of years. Vellum
mm,
lasts forever,
yeah,
right? Papyrus in the right conditions can actually last a pretty long time as well. stone tablets are obviously a winner in terms of the longevity game.
Yeah.
Or clay tablets are a winner in terms of the longevity game. So older forms of writing are actually much more durable than our modern ones. So, yeah,
It's wild.
we may be setting up future generations for a big lack of information about their own history.
Oh, it's wild. It's absolutely wild. Even education wise, because most children don't know how to do the farming, they don't know how to build most stuff around them. Like, there's no curiosity to take that PlayStation apart. Like, children are trained not to be curious of how to maintain. And it's down to the fact of maintenance.
Yeah,
What was it called? Generations from like 1984 and downwards, if you got a new car, you were expected to maintain the car.
yeah,
So, because children from 1984 downwards were expected to go over and maintain the car, they were taught basic standards. Okay,
yep,
and those are standards that go all the way back to the medieval period, where fathers taught children how to build their own home. Right, so you're
yep,
no longer taught to, not just obviously, like, kids in the 70s weren't taught to build their own home, but there is a certain level of standard there, and it's mostly down to the car and stuff. But that's, from 1984 downwards, that starts to go down. So it's like we hit our peak in 1984, especially America. And
yeah.
Rachel, you could easily disagree with me with there, because you're actually from America.
I
But
probably won't
I
disagree, but go on.
yeah, I do believe we hit, as a society, I solidly believe we hit our golden age, especially in America, in 1984. And from
Yeah,
1984 onwards, we started to go downhill and started to go into like an actual solid dark age that was even worse than the dark age itself back in the medieval period. Because at least in the medieval period, peasants could continue, or, lower class people could continue to maintain their life. Like, the
which
change in
was
that,
which was 80% of the population, by the
yeah.
way. So
Mm,
80% of the population in the Middle Ages had skills that were real and would
mm,
allow you to continue surviving, right?
yeah.
Whereas now, maybe some reenactors, like we could probably get by if we bonded together with fellow reenactors. Our collective knowledge, arcane and obsolete knowledge of arcane and obsolete skills,
Mm.
might actually allow us to survive. But we are a tiny subset of the population. Maybe some preppers might be able to do it. Some of these people who believe that the world is ending and have actually prepared for it, they might get by. Some, yeah. Maybe some
There's
people living in developing countries
Yeah.
will probably be way better
Hmm.
off than we are.
Yeah. I do believe people like in the Midlands of America and stuff, the people with proper hunting skills in America, they'll probably get by. But yeah, a
Only,
majority of people, I
only,
think,
only until the bullets run out.
fails. No, they're not
They
that
don't.
bad. They can go hunting
Oh, it
still
is. They don't.
with
They don't
shotguns.
know how to. No, those most people in America don't know how to knife hunt or bow
Oh,
hunt
you're
or
being
spear
mean.
hunt.
You're just being
They're,
mean. I
I'm not. It's
guarantee there's
true. There are people, but they're
no.
not
Go on.
of the people who hunt. The people who knife hunt, bow hunt, and or spear hunt are a very small subset of that population.
Well, yeah, but you're still dealing with a population bigger than Ireland's. There must be at least like 10, like, because America's like up to the 100 millions, isn't it? Like the
We're in
population of,
320 million or something like that.
yeah. So there's
I
bound
mean,
to
but
be a,
we're also like massively exponentially bigger than Ireland is. I don't know,
yeah,
50 times 60 times as big as Ireland is, 70 times as big as Ireland is. So yeah, I mean, we have a much bigger space to cover, but
yeah,
I just feel like we are not currently. I think I agree with you. In the U.S., we used to have, in public schools, we used to have home economics, we used to have wood shop, we used to have car shop. Like those were electives.
You might
mm,
not be connected.
I might to what?
Are you still hearing them?
I'm still hearing Philip.
Does your chat come through?
No.
Yeah, the chat's disconnected and I can't reconnect to the stream.
Is our live stream actually going, Philip?
1 second. I'll actually check there. I think we're still, yeah, we're on live right now on my side. It's kind of funny because the chat, for some reason, the only comments that are getting by is Jim O'Neill. Like, the only one it likes is Jim O'Neill. It hates everyone else because everyone else's comments aren't getting through to restream itself.
Right.
And a few, we're getting one or two. It's mostly Jim O'Neill's comments that are getting through. Everyone
Yeah.
else's comments are just like, nah.
Yeah, sorry, everyone. Let me see.
You were talking about technology failing.
Yeah, we were talking about technology failing. Well, here we go.
As soon as I see it,
Yeah. Yeah. So I don't know.
Yeah. The comment section can hear us, and
No, it's restream.
Yes. Yeah, the comment section saying there that they can hear us and see us. It's just some of the comments aren't getting through.
Yeah, that's okay. Well, we're not. Yeah, we see them. Yeah. So if we're not responding to your comments, it's because we don't see them. We're not ignoring you on purpose. I did see. I see. I've got my other device over here charging. I did see a comment about you just need to know how to reload. You still need the ammunition to do it, and eventually it will run out. And again, not many people know how to make bullets. So
that's what reload bullets.
Yeah.
There's a lot of people that actually have them, but they don't know how to make like gunpowder.
Yeah, right.
That's
to reload the casings. Oh yeah, but yeah, so some people know how to reload the casings. But not everyone knows how to make gunpowder, guys. Right? This is what I mean. Like
no, Jim, you keep talking.
Yeah, keep going, Jim. It's fine. No, Jim, don't. Why are you shutting up? Why?
No,
why?
You're good. You're the only one who's good for the algorithm. Keep going.
keep talking, Jim. Keep it up, my friend. Anyway, back to the medieval world, pre-bullets, because even medieval firearms didn't have bullets as such. They had a completely different system, at least not what most people would recognize as bullets. Yeah. So back to the topic of the Dark Ages and whether there was a Dark Age. It's one of those things that it's I think it did happen. I think there was a Dark Age during the period of the Justinianic plague, and it's very clear that there is a break between the ancient Roman technology and then the technology that's available after the Justinianic plague, because there's such I've actually read chronicles from the era talking about entire villages and towns basically being laid waste, ghost towns. Everyone dies in certain villages and towns. And that's not a consequence of quote unquote barbarian invasions. That's a consequence of disease. So, it's very clear that the aqueducts in most places stopped functioning, that many the ancient Roman bathhouses in most places stopped functioning, and then they get picked up again, like they rebuild them eventually, but they're not like they've not built like the ancient Roman ones, right? Most of the ancient Roman infrastructure eventually gets recycled into other buildings. I'm pretty certain, especially during the Justinianic plague, when they're just trying, and after it, when they're just trying to get by. So very clearly there is, in Western Europe, there is absolutely a technological downturn for a time, but it's not long. And we eventually get right back on the horse. We being us Western Europeans, you and I, we get back on the horse and we keep going. Right.
Kevin, can you do me a favor there and leave me a comment? Just write a comment on
just write a comment.
My side. Because your comment isn't even popping up on the restream itself. I have no clue what's going on with your page, because you're saying that you're blocked on my side, and I had a look at my block list, and you're not on my block list. So, I remember we had this problem before about you commenting on my chat. Will you just say leave a message on my chat thing, and I'll see what the crack is. And let me have a look. Yeah, other people saying as well that they'd survived the American Dark Age with bow and arrow. The old Hunger Game attitude.
Yeah, I don't know. But, someone once pointed out that actually, basically, the most developed countries, not just Western countries, any developed country that has nuclear power plants, you don't have to worry about surviving very long, because if there's not enough people to actually keep those things running, they will eventually melt down. and then you've got radiation killing people off in large numbers. So it's not really going to matter. But anyway, let's go back to the beauty of the Middle Ages and away from nuclear meltdown.
Yeah. It's amazing how we're looking to the medieval period as being more brighter than right now.
I don't want to think about nuclear meltdown. I'd rather think about plague coming for me than nuclear meltdown, quite frankly. And the bubonic plague, if you actually contracted it, was terrible. It's such an awful way to die, especially if you actually end up dying of it. So painful. So painful. I mean, the reason, do you know why it's called the Black Death?
Go
Or
on.
do you know? Do you know why?
Black Death.
Yeah, do you
Oh,
know why it's called, the black, the other term it's called, pestis nigri. So one of the reasons it's called that, anyway, I can't remember the
go
exact
on.
Latin term offhand, is that you get these, basically your glands swell in your armpits. You get these buboes. It's almost like the worst kind of pimple you can imagine, but times a million. And
Mm,
they turn black and they start oozing this black discharge, and it stinks, but it hurts so much.
mm,
And so I mean, just imagine your armpits oozing this, being so swollen that you can't lower your arm, and just oozing this malodorous black discharge.
mm,
And that's why it gets that name. And it's time telescopes when you're suffering in pain. And
mm,
so I can only imagine that it would seem like forever until finally you just pass on.
mm.
Apparently, about 80% of people, most recent figure I read, I think, said that about 80% of the people who contracted it died, but not that 80% of the population contracted it, right?
Mm.
It had a high mortality rate. It's sort of like, if you're infected, then you're screwed, most likely. Not that 80%. Their current estimates put it at like 50 to 60% of Europe's population died during the Black Death in the 14th century. So,
Mm. The joys.
yeah. Yeah. So
It's
yeah. So what other kinds of the Inquisition is something that came up. Moving on from the Dark Ages, the Inquisition is something that came up in my medieval storytime live stream on Saturday, and
okay.
people started quoting these obscene numbers. For someone asked me, what did I think of the or the Inquisition, not the Spanish
Mm.
Inquisition?
Yeah,
What did
yeah.
I think of the Inquisition?
Mm.
And I said, well, not much at the moment, because we're in the
Was this during your
medieval
sewing time? Was
story
it?
time. It was no medieval story time.
Oh,
We're
right, right, right.
reading we're reading letters from a 15th century Florentine widow to her sons. I'm like, I don't. How are we on this topic? Because the
Mm.
Inquisition isn't massively active in Italy in the Middle Ages. It doesn't have to be. There's
Mm.
some activity in northern Italy because of the Waldensians, but in the 15th century, it's not real active at all.
Okay.
So it was one of those random comments where people decide they want to ask anything about the Middle Ages if I'm on the screen. So, that actually led to a whole lot of polemic
Yeah.
because I dared to suggest that the Inquisition wasn't as bad as people think it is. But that's
Mm.
because I know how bad people think it is. What kind of myths have you seen floating around about the Inquisition?
Oh God, there's endless amount to be quite honest with you. The biggest problem I have from my perspective about the Inquisition is the fact that the Gaelic Irish were allied to the Spanish. And because the Gaelic Irish were allied to the Spanish and the Spanish wanted to help the Irish, I was actually talking about this yesterday with a Spanish friend of mine who lives on the mainland of Japan.
Mm,
And she was asking, why does Ireland and Spain have such a close relationship? And
right,
first and foremost is because our trade route going from Ireland to Spain, it's the movement of water, gets trade boats to move very quickly between northern Spain to Ireland, causing us to become very close. But on top of
right,
that as well, when England, around the 16th century, when England, the Tudor
mm,
conquest of Ireland, when England was invading into Ireland was happening, Spain was constantly coming to the aid of the Irish. But because
right,
of that, the English propaganda was constantly highlighting the fact that the Roman Catholic Church in Spain was backwards. These were savage
yeah,
people, which was the complete opposite. New Spain and the Holy Roman Empire was in the middle of a giant renaissance. And from their perspective, they saw England as the backwater. Obviously, this is both a mixture of both propaganda and interpretation. But from an English perspective, going into Ireland, it was the Spanish that were savage and backwards. Sure, look at Spain. They're going around gathering up millions of people and just burning them because they're not
right,
following the
right,
teachings of the Roman Catholic Church. If only they would accept the natural understanding of the Bible, then they wouldn't be burning so many people. was the
Right.
perspective that the English were bringing into Ireland during the Tudor
Yeah.
conquest. So yeah, I've come across millions of misinformation given from the Tudor courts into Ireland at the time.
Right. One
Even
of the big problems is that people think of the Inquisition in exactly those terms. There isn't
yeah,
one Inquisition. There
mm,
isn't. There are
yeah,
multiple Inquisitions. And the Spanish Inquisition is almost not a medieval institution because it's
mm,
not even founded. There is no Inquisition in Spain. None. Not
yeah,
any. None. Zero zilch until 1478 when Los Reyes Católicos basically institute the Inquisition,
mm,
right? And so that's like the tail end of the Middle Ages. And honestly, from Spain's perspective, that's the point at which Spain is basically a unified polity. To me,
mm,
that's almost the end of Spain's Middle Ages anyway. The second you have Fernando and Isabel unifying basically the Iberian Peninsula minus Granada and minus Portugal.
mm,
So, people mistakenly think that the Spanish Inquisition is in existence for the entirety of the Middle Ages. It's not.
mm,
It's almost more of an early modern institution than a
mm,
medieval one. And its heaviest hitting is in the 16th century, which is the early modern era. That's no longer the Middle Ages. So
mm,
I think that's myth number one, that there is an Inquisition. There isn't.
yeah,
It's not a thing.
mm,
The church may have a central authority in Rome or maybe in Avignon, depending on your decade. But that doesn't mean that they actually have the ability to centrally control that sort of activity. So, there isn't even any Inquisition until the tail end of the 12th century is when the first Inquisition is actually founded by papal
yeah.
bull.
Well, I think the problem is, and your comment section is really ranting on about it right now. And Bluebird, who's over in my comment section, sums it up so well when he quotes from, and he actually puts the whole quote in there as well.
Good
Monty
for you,
Python's
Bluebird.
Flying Circus. Nobody
Yeah,
expects the Spanish Inquisition. And
right,
that's the interpretation in 2026 that we have of the Inquisition as a whole.
yeah,
Is the fact that, we look at it exactly the way that Monty Python had seen the Inquisition. And we see that interpretation dominate the entirety of the medieval period. That we saw the papacy going around with Spanish accents, just pulling people out and just burning them because they weren't following the insane understanding of this dark age papacy. That's
right,
kind of the understanding we have today. And that, millions and thousands of people that tried to be civilized were burned at the stake. And of course,
right.
the sources of this, as I was saying before, comes from propaganda of anybody who was going against both the papacy, the Holy Roman Empire, and New Spain at the time.
Yeah, so have you heard that the number 50 million people were killed by the church or by the Inquisition? Have you ever heard that figure before?
I've seen it, but I haven't really
Yeah,
dipped into it. But
right.
15,
You've
when I
seen,
was,
but
yeah,
you've
yeah,
seen it. You've seen it.
yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
so have I. So for those who aren't aware, there common pop history will tell you that 50 million people died in the Inquisition.
Mm,
Or, and I was like, say what now? There weren't that many people in medieval Europe, so that massive a die-off would actually be more people than died from the bubonic plague.
mm,
What are you all talking about? So I started digging into it, Philip, because I want to know the origins of these rumors. His historiography is very interesting to me. Turns out that starting in the 17th century and increasing with frequency until it's very heavily done in the 19th century, a whole bunch of Protestant, anti-papist, anti-Catholic scholars started publishing all these papers about the evils of the Catholic Church of the Middle Ages and calculating the death tolls. And
mm,
by the 19th century, you've got just quote unquote scholar after scholar, like repeating each other, not
mm.
even looking to original sources anymore. They're just quoting each other in this circular argument nonsense that has no foundation in actual documentation.
Yeah.
And so then they start quoting these numbers and then they say, well, so in our calculations, they start talking about 50 million, 68 million, 80 million people died. And then they say under the papacy,
Oh. Mm,
in the Middle Ages.
mm,
Okay, so what's your period? What period of time is that exactly? the Middle Ages. Like, what are your dates there? But also, 50 million people died under the papacy. What does that mean? So I took a hit for the team, Philip. I actually looked into these 19th century. I read what they were saying. I read parts of these works, the parts that were relevant to this particular conversation. And here's what they do: they move the goalposts.
Okay.
So they don't mean, even though people interpreted that to be, well, that must be the Inquisition. No, no, no. What they mean, what they did is they said, well, the Crusades, those were ordered by the church. So anyone who died in a crusade, and I mean anyone who died in a crusade, including the Crusaders themselves, anyone who died in a crusade, whether the perpetrator or the victim, that counts as someone dying under the papacy. Any war, any battle that could be even loosely tied to the church, well, that's a death under the papacy. And I'm like, most people were fighting these battles and wars were Christian in the Middle Ages in Western Europe anyway. So if you are counting every battle that all those violent knights fought as being tied to the papacy because they were Christian, okay. And that's literally how they did it. They basically just took most everyone who died in the Middle Ages, a violent death, a non-disease related death, and decided that counted as dying because of the papacy. And that's how they get to this crazy huge number of 50 million plus, depending, like 50 million and up. It's the numbers get more and more inflated as the 19th century goes along. And if you actually read the way they write, you can tell these are very biased sources. They have nothing positive to say about the medieval church and refer to it as being a, benighted, superstitious morass of evil. And so those are the publications that have now been used to inform popular history about the Inquisition. Millions of people did not die under the church, did not die as part of the Inquisition. I spent the last several days digging through multiple sources to come at numbers. And I actually quoted, I wrote some of them down because I don't want to misquote, because again, there is no one Inquisition, Philip. There isn't. Yes. There are multiple Inquisitions in different parts of Europe, and all of them operate more or less independently. And they're not always there. There isn't some well-organized secret police in medieval Europe, hiding in taverns and in garderobes and under beds, listening to hear what people are saying and whether it's blasphemy or heresy. That's not how the Inquisition worked at all. They did not have a secret police. They didn't have the resources for that. They didn't have the manpower for that. So, and they weren't always operational, right? If they heard rumors of heresy, then an inquisitorial board would basically be sent to go and see what's going on. So it's not like there's just Inquisition for 500 years. It's just not true.
Okay. The thing is, and I've noticed this especially since I got into the academic study of things when it comes down to history, every single time an academic or anyone who's works within statistics or something in history, when somebody suddenly comes with the conclusion of a number over a million, you need to question it massively, right? I might get into trouble with this, and I might have some lunatic in the comment section suddenly going blah, 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 because I find anytime somebody uses a number over a million, it's a part of brainwashing, right? And I'm going to undermine everything I was talking about, 2 weeks ago with Rachel, of how horrible. Now, don't get me wrong, I'm still going to say it. The Great Hunger in Ireland was absolutely horrible. It was absolutely horrendous. It is the worst thing that should never happened, right? But I'm about to undermine everything I was saying and put it up for conversation. We use the word 3 million people passed away during the Great Hunger. However, how we got to the number 3 million is because we get every single number of everyone who perished through those 4 years that the Great Hunger happened. All the Black Deaths happened in Ireland, right? We get every single one of those numbers and we chuck them in. We just chuck them in. Oh, this person fell over and hit their head off a rock. They're chucked in there. all the numbers are chucked in there. Why?
Oh, so
Because
that's just the figure of all the deaths, full stop,
yes, it
that
happened
happened.
during,
Just
because 3
full
million,
stop.
3 million, that's still a lot of numbers. That's insane, right? And
That's a lot.
I'm not going to go off and highlight other numbers that happen as well. But actually, this is a running theme in the history that everybody rounds up. They get every single day, and that includes people that fall over. Okay, I'm not going to talk about other categories because I'm going to get into trouble. But they actually get numbers of people that fall over and hit their head off a rock and die, and they'll chuck that in. And this is why so many people suddenly turn around and says, oh, "This is a conspiracy," because this is what the start of conspiracies is when people fall
Yeah.
over, hit their head off a rock, and their number gets added in. This happens all the time in history, and so what you have when it looks at the Great Hunger is that actually a way smaller number of people actually, passed away from lack of food during the
Oh,
Great Hunger. So that number of 3 million is over exaggerated, but it still works. I still turn around and say, 3 million people died during the Great Hunger because it grabs your attention. But
it
it's
does.
still, and I know people now are going to go against me in the comment section, but I just need to highlight that because it's actually important when it looks at key numbers like the Inquisition, and to turn around and say, I need you to question what's going on here.
Yeah.
I want you, to be honest with you, I want you to look at the Great Hunger, because if you actually look at the Great Hunger, you're still going to come with the conclusion of this should have never happened. The British
Right.
administration
Absolutely.
should have never done A, B, and C.
I mean,
Because,
frankly, it doesn't matter if it was 1 million or 3 million.
mm,
1 million is still a lot.
yeah. But
I mean,
go on.
I was going to say, so, I'm also wondering, I was trained to analyze studies.
Mm,
That's part of my university training. So I always wonder how these numbers are reached. I
yeah.
always want to know what's the source. So for instance, that 3 million, was
Mm,
that just all the deaths in Ireland? Okay, if
yeah.
that's all the deaths in Ireland, well, that's not a very useful figure.
Yeah.
Now, and I don't know how detailed the death records are from that era in Ireland. In the US, they're actually pretty good.
Yeah.
But is cause of death listed on a death certificate? Did everyone get a death certificate? How are they tracking that?
Mm,
Because it is possible that people, a certain subset of the population, might not have died directly from starvation or
mm,
even malnutrition per se, but their weakened immune system may have made them more susceptible to infectious diseases,
mm.
which may have killed them. So it might
Yeah.
actually be a little harder to track which of the deaths count as a consequence of the Great Starvation and which ones are just, like you said, people falling over and hitting their head on a rock.
Yeah.
You know,
That's why people go, oh, well, around 3 million people passed away during that period, but it's insanely debatable. But that's every single number in history,
yeah,
because
yeah,
when an event happens, there is nobody, even for yourself, an event in your life is when you see a car crash. The
yep.
first thing that comes into your head is, oh, future historians must know this right now, except for unless you're a professional photographer. Professional photographers are trained to suddenly just start taking photos. It's what their training's to do. So unless you're a professional photographer or under any of those professions, the first thing a car crash happens, either you're in the car crash or you're watching the car crash, you're not going to suddenly turn around and say, oh, future historians need to know about this event and start documenting it. It's just not going
Yeah,
to happen. So what happens is that people might somebody actually, one of the best examples of this is that somebody in that event of the car crash might actually hop their head off of something, right? And then
right,
it's debatable. Is the person, so he goes home, he passes away while he's asleep. Is his death a part of the car crash, or is it something else? That's
right,
now debatable. And that's what you're having during the Great Hunger. That person falls over and bangs his head off a rock. Is it, as you point out there, is it lack of food? Is that the reason why he fell? And so it's in the
right.
debatable. So it's just chucked in there. So what they turn around and say when they're writing these history books is most of the time they'll turn around and say his death was caused because of the car crash. Can you debate otherwise? No, right? His number gets put into statistic.
Right, right.
Mm,
I mean, so one of the ways that Bluebeard mentions there was questionable reporting during during COVID? Did the patient die of COVID or other causes, but also had COVID symptoms at the same time? But by the same token, there's underreporting, right? So that was another issue during the COVID pandemic, is that especially COVID deniers weren't going to doctors when they had a cough, right? And when they died, generally they didn't do autopsies to test, like they weren't authorized to test whether they actually had COVID. So there's underreporting also. And that can be a problem as well, that numbers can be underreported. And I would never debate that, but they're not going to be underreported by orders of magnitude in the millions. And by orders of magnitude relative to your population, by which I mean, so let me quote you some figures, some actual figures from records that have been kept from the Inquisition. So the Inquisition, as we know it, was basically founded, do you know which heresy is the one that inspired the Inquisition to be founded in the first place? The biggest, weirdest heresy in medieval Europe?
Oh God, this is gonna be a good one.
The Cathars, right?
Really?
The Cathars. They are, and I digging into this, I didn't realize how far back that interesting belief actually dated. So it actually seems to spring up in the 11th century, like in the 1020s.
Yeah.
So the Cathars have this. I'm not even going to get into Catharism because it's a whole thing.
Yes.
But basically, their entire system of belief is antithetical not only to the church but to medieval society. to feudal society in France and in Central Europe. Their entire system of belief undermines everything about it, including the hierarchy, the legitimacy of an aristocracy, legitimacy of wealth, because they believe in extreme poverty. So they everything about their system of belief is a threat to everything about medieval society. Almost everything about their system of belief would be a threat to most modern governments now, because they're like the first hardcore communists of, there should be no private property. We should own nothing. They don't even believe in the legitimacy of this existence. Even they've got some really weird beliefs. So when people say, oh, well, look, they punished the Cathars just for their beliefs. No, their beliefs were legit dangerous.
Yeah.
And honestly, their beliefs would be antithetical to human survival ultimately, because they weren't concerned with human survival. They were concerned with this other dimension of existence that they claimed was the real one. I mean, it's next level stuff. And so when that starts spreading, it's kind of more Central Europe. There were Cathars in Germany and in Italy and in France, and it really takes hold in southern France. And I actually read an interesting theory from a historian. Several historians actually noted that the reason Catharism really took hold where it did is because that's one part of medieval Europe where there wasn't a powerful central ruler, right? Because southern France it's like sort of part of the Kingdom of France, but the King of France is really up in Paris and doesn't have much control over anything happening down there. And so there is no king, there's no emperor who's directly in charge of that part of France. There's some counts, right? Like the Count of Toulouse, but they're kind of more focused on their own thing. They don't care about heresy, or it doesn't really bother them.
Yes.
So that actually opened the door for this movement to actually start growing, because there was nothing there there were no systems to oppress it or suppress it for any reason, and not even cynical ones. Just, if you have a powerful, thriving economy and you are part of a successful part of that powerful, thriving economy, Catharism isn't going to look very appealing to you. It really isn't.
Yes.
Dispose of all of your worldly possessions and live like a filthy pauper. No, most people aren't going to be attracted to that. So that's kind of why Catharism really took hold where it did, and also why it took hold in certain really rural parts of the Italies, because those parts were not controlled by any really powerful centralish authority.
Oh, really? I thought it was just done in a certain part of France. I didn't
It was
realize it
not.
spread into Italy as well. Jesus, that's wild.
Yeah, and it didn't even start in southern France. It apparently started in Germany. So what is now Germany, I should say, right? Because there was no Germany in this era, right? So there was a an empire, a Holy Roman Empire that had very sort of spotty control over parts of what is now Germany and Luxembourg and
It was kind of the
Liechtenstein. Yeah.
Germanic realm, wasn't it? Or
Yeah, it's more like a
butchering that.
Germanic, Germanic sphere, really.
Yeah, because the Italians, I always find it funny because the Italians call everything that's over the Alps the realm of the Germanic people or the realm of the Germanic.
Yeah,
And
like
anytime those
they call it like Alemania or Germania, but
yeah, that's the
it's not
one.
really it's not a political term, it's a region to them. Yeah.
Yeah. And I just find it funny how, like, every single time these people who declare themselves emperor or emperor of
Yeah.
the Romans are coming over to collect their tribute. Like these
Yep.
savage barbarians are coming over to get it's like we joke now about France and England refusing to recognize the Holy Roman Empire during the medieval period. But during
Yep.
the medieval period, the Italians, because the emperor was German, the Italians themselves were refusing to recognize the Holy Roman Empire, led by an emperor of these
Well,
barbarians,
but
these savages from the Alps.
but only some of them. I mean, that's the Guelph and the Ghibelline civil war that's kind of happening all across northern Italy.
Yeah,
It's the papists versus the emperorists,
yeah,
the imperialists, right? So there are a whole bunch of Italians who are like, yeah,
that's
emperor for the
true.
win, and they
Yeah, yeah.
love it when the emperor comes and makes a progress through northern Italy. I've got read all kinds of chronicles about balls that are
Mm.
hosted in his honor, and he knights a bunch of people, and so you've got these,
Ah,
in places like Florence and Venice where it's
mm,
technically not an aristocracy, right? They're republics, but everyone wants to be a nobleman, really, so they're all proud of having been knighted by the emperor. So
mm.
Italy's definitely not of one mind on the topic of the emperor.
Yeah, you're bang on. I forgot about all that civil fighting, and because that goes into the whole Pope and anti-Pope and all that stuff that's happening at the same time as well.
Yeah,
I love the medieval
it's a
period.
mess, which just underscores how not central the control of the church, capital C, the Latin
Mm,
church, actually was.
yeah.
It's just not. It gets much more centralized, ironically, kind of during and after the Reformation, when they lose a bunch
Mm,
of territory, which maybe is why, because they had a smaller area to control geographically speaking. But the Inquisition itself,
mm,
the first one is founded to address Catharism, basically, and
mm,
it's small. It's relatively small, and it's focused only in the Languedoc region, so that southern French region. Kind of, if you imagine Carcassonne, if any of you know where Carcassonne is, that was, of course, a central location of the Cathars. And at first the Inquisition doesn't inquire. The church authorizes a crusade,
mm,
and that crusade goes and handles most of the main Cathar threat by just slaughtering them, because apparently
mm,
their military might just cannot compare to all of these crusaders who are happy to go on crusade in their own backyard rather than go all the way to Jerusalem or Egypt, right? Like,
mm,
if you're a knight and you're given a chance at eternal salvation to just basically ride 100 miles and take care of these locals,
mm.
or you have to take a ship thousands of
Yeah.
miles to a foreign land, which one are you going to choose for your chance at eternal salvation? It's not a hard choice.
Mm,
And apparently the Pope also authorized that the knights who participated in the crusade could basically take over the lands that they took from the Cathars. So, like,
mm,
they've been told, hey, if you win, you get a payday.
mm.
So the Albigensian Crusade was a horror show, and I will not deny that. It was disgusting.
Yeah.
And one of the leaders, Almeric, actually in his own chronicle, like his own writings about this thing, he claims he among them killed 20,000 Cathars,
Ooh.
which is a huge number of
Mm,
people in that small area of
mm,
France. If that number is true, that is a massacre. That is massive. Now,
mm.
why do I doubt the veracity of that number, Philip? Why would I doubt it
Because it's a
when a
bit
knight?
too over large.
Yeah, it is. And also,
Mm,
he's basically writing this like autobiography that's aggrandizing himself. And in this era, if it bleeds, it reads and it leads.
mm.
So he's,
Hi.
by quoting this 20,000 body count number, he's basically tooting his own horn. So I kind of doubt that it was 20,000, but I'm confident it was thousands.
Comment section, you guys are way too what was it called? Bloodthirsty in the comment section, supporting the papacy like that. The Carter, the movie, you're turning around and saying, "Oh, the Carters had it coming." Oh, Jesus.
Well, I mean, they kind of did. They were nuts. I mean, they were the Cathars. They were crazy. Like there's no two ways about this in my mind. They were crazy. This isn't. I'm not even talking about them not agreeing with the church. Like their idea was basically that we are living in a shadow realm, and this is the evil shadow realm. And there's this other realm, this other dimension, as we would refer to it now, that is the real one. And it's like, what are you guys on about? Yeah, they were nuts.
What I love about the comment section as well is how the comment section is saying how modest your dress is. But you were saying before that your dress isn't modest whatsoever for the medieval period. Would I be right in saying that?
I mean, for the Amish. So no, when people call me Amish, this is not modest. I mean, I guess this is one of my more modest 15th century dresses. Yes, 15th century dresses can have much lower necklines and can provide more perk, shall we say. But I mean, it's pretty fitted. If I stand back, you can see it's very fitted to my body. So, it definitely shows my these curves. It just doesn't show these curves so much, I guess, is what people are talking about.
Yeah, I suppose it's very true. And just going back to the Carters, people are turning around and saying, why is the art in the 13th century, why is it so bad? Why is it not great in the 13th century? Do you not like the 13th century art? No, I actually like it.
I mean, that's pretty judgmental. I mean, so it depends on what you're looking at. Just like now, we have people who can draw well and sculpt well, and we have people who can't. They did in the 13th century as well. So it depends. You really have to. I have seen, for instance, in Bamberg Cathedral, there is a stunning equestrian sculpture, 13th century, of a knight on horseback, and this thing looks photorealistic. It is, all the dimensions are correct. The details on the horse, the rider, the knight looks like a normal person, not like that kind of very stylized medieval face, right? And that's the 13th century in Bamberg. So it's clear that people could, but yeah. So the reason that a lot of the art that you see maybe doesn't conform with our modern standards of photorealistic art is because there was definitely a stylization, right? It wasn't necessarily supposed, because art in the 13th century is normally not about depicting real people. It's normally about, a lot of it is religious, right? So normally it's about depicting saints, God, Jesus, the mother of God, hell, right? And so when you are depicting those kinds of characters, there was almost this agreed upon stylization that would, in a certain way, it would put the viewer, its audience, in a different headspace, right? In seeing this art, they would not think, oh, that's my neighbor, right? They would think, well, that's a saint because he doesn't look like me. So there's certain theories that it was intentionally stylized. But there's also the idea that, as a consequence of the Justinianic plague, I think in parts, that the critical mass to actually teach and pass on the kind of photorealistic art they absolutely were able to do in the Roman Empire, that just kind of that died out. And so there wasn't as much of a population that could continue that tradition on, and that sort of segued into stylized depictions of everything. And so it's not until, you get a little bit later that you start seeing more realistic depictions of people, because more value is placed on realism versus stylization. But I wouldn't call it bad. It's very judgmental, Philip. Who said that?
I really, I'm not going to name names, target people. But what was it called? The same commenter actually is talking about the medieval animals, and there's a few other people highlighting medieval animals as
okay,
well.
well,
They stick up in the 13th century. Go on.
I mean, so Philip, you know why a lot of animals in medieval bestiaries don't look very good. Like, you know why? I mean, how many people saw a rhinoceros?
Oh yeah,
Right?
I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
How many people ever saw a unicorn?
Yeah, yeah, you're bang on right. Because it's the same with the maps that are being produced in England at the time. Because we actually in Ireland have to look at the English medieval maps to understand the greater world around us. And the problem is that the medieval maps in England in the 13th century are made by monks who've never been to Jerusalem. So they
Yeah,
have crusaders coming back and explaining what a hippopotamus looks like or a rhino looks like, and
yeah,
they're just drawing these things like dogs. Like they all look like animals that hang around a simple English village. And you can see it like, oh, this looks like a dog
yeah.
and it's a rhino. And it's like, oh my God, what the hell? Do you know?
Oh, Daniel, I'm not getting, I was teasing. I have a very sharp sense of humor, everyone. Never take me too seriously when I'm
Uh,
teasing people. I was not being aggressive. I, I just found it really funny. I've heard people say that a lot. Why is 13th century art so bad? It
yeah.
isn't bad. It's different. Yeah,
I
you're right.
love
They all
it.
look like, all those animals look like dogs with modifications.
Yeah.
The elephant looks like a dog with a trumpet nose,
Yes.
right?
Yeah. Oh, it's absolutely wild. My favorite
Yeah,
as well in the comment section, we're talking about it as well, is the depiction of the likes of snails and like first off, giant
yeah.
snails, they're bigger than
Giant
people.
snails.
And
Yeah.
then on top of that as well, you have the giant, what was it, the rabbits running around and chopping
Yeah.
people up. In every single time, you'll see like, a monk's understanding of these funny looking animals, and then you've got giant snails, and then suddenly you'll have some poor guy who like just be making his way from one settlement over the other thing, and suddenly he's ambushed by a bunch of bandits of rabbits who have
Yeah.
him by like a bow and arrow next to his head, and they're chopping him up and they're torturing him and do horrible things to this poor peasant. And it's like, geez, these killer rabbits are everywhere during the medieval period. And it's just funny that today we just assume killer rabbits never existed, but they're depicted all over the medieval manuscripts.
Yeah, I mean so actually a art history theory about the snails and the rabbits. One of them
Yeah.
is that the snails actually represent the Jews.
Oh, right. I'll say that
And the
more before it gets
rabbits
too long.
and the rabbits represent knights.
Oh,
And or
really?
crusader, yeah. So if you
That's
see a
wild.
bunch of rabbits slaughtering a peasant,
Yeah.
That's a
Okay.
bunch that's a bunch of knights setting upon and slaughtering a peasant, right? So
Oh, I know.
there's that's one of the theories I've heard is that the and I don't remember why it is or I haven't looked into this theory in a while because I hadn't been expected to asked about the snails and the rabbits, but I should have expected that question. I think one of the theories it's based on the idea that snails are slow and therefore associated with being backwards, and the
Okay.
idea of a lot of the in the Christian church in the Middle Ages, they did view Judaism as the origin of their faith, but they
Hmm.
viewed Jews as being people who are blind to the truth of the church, which is why if you go into a church and you see a woman who is blindfolded, that is not justice. That is Judaism.
Yeah.
Because basically she's wearing a blindfold so she can't see the truth of Jesus's word. And
Hmm.
so I think one of the theories I read anyway said that the snails being slow and backwards represented the Jews as being slow to come to the realization of the truth of the Savior.
It's
Um,
so funny because Lutheran makes that massive blunder as well when he's putting together the Bible. I don't know, I can't remember if you've talked about this as well. Dr. Owen O'Neill was saying that same thing as well, is that Lutheran, when he was composing the Bible, he was assuming that the Jews of the 16th and 17th century weren't evolving. They weren't
right.
upgrading the Torah and stuff. In fact, the Torah was massively updated in 800 AD, and then there was
Yep.
another massive upgrade to the Torah in around the what was it called, the 15th century as well.
Yep.
So the Torah is constant even today. The Torah that we have in 2026 has been upgraded multiple times. Even in the 19th
Yep.
century, there was massive upgrades to the Torah. And this is why rabbis end up having massive arguments on the interpretation and closeness within the Judeo understanding of the God, and
Right.
is constantly completely different. And this is a problem that Christians constantly make. Even today, you have allies to Israel, but they're assuming, well, the problem is you guys just haven't heard of Jesus. No, they just have a completely different interpretation. And to understand modern day Judea of 2026, you actually have to sit down and actually have a conversation with and don't do this with a random Jewish person, because just like
Right.
Christians, they probably aren't fully educated. You need a theologian
Yeah.
rabbi to sit down with and actually understand how this literature has evolved from 70 AD all the way up to present day in 2026, because the Torah is constantly updated. In fact, it gets more updates than the Bible that we have today.
Yeah.
In fact, it's, what was it called? The modern day Pope is less likely to have a reform of the church than, what was it called? The Jews are. The Jews are more likely to have a reform of their church or their religion than
Synagogue.
we are. Synagogue,
Yeah.
yeah.
There.
So synagogue
Yeah.
would be more correct. Then the papacy is to have a reform of the church. So that's a constant mistake that we do make, that we do look around and just assume, oh, well, the problem is that, they just don't recognize the
Yeah.
Messiah. And because they don't recognize the Messiah, they just won't, upgrade. No. In fact, they're constantly having reforms and even debates on, okay, so who is this Jesus fella? And people assume, and this is the crazy thing, is that people assume modern day Judea, I'm talking about in Israel today, has the same interpretation of Jesus that they did back in 70 AD. In fact, no, it's completely different. They have a
Yep.
completely different, and there's huge arguments right now in Jerusalem to do with the Jewish community on what interpretation they should have on Jesus today. And sometimes it gets pretty violent on what interpretation they should have on Jesus. So
Yep.
even the interpretation of Jesus is constantly changing. So it's not a case of, oh, we have to recognize the Messiah. No, the problem is that from their interpretation, and this, I don't want to start arguments with us because we're not theologians. Maybe a
Oh
few of
no.
you are theologians. I'm not a
Absolutely, I
theologian.
am not.
But the problem
100% not a
is
theologian.
that in the Torah, what was it called? My Messiah, from their interpretation, was supposed to do A, B, and C. And from from my interpretation, he did do A, B, and C. But from their interpretation as Jews, he didn't do A, B, and C. So it couldn't be that Messiah. Maybe he's a Messiah and this is what's causing so many arguments within the Jewish community. Maybe he's a Messiah from this interpretation, or maybe he's a prophet, or maybe he's this or that. And that's what causes massive arguments. And we're constantly, as Christians, looking as outsiders into Jewish faith, trip over and just assume they're not upgrading and having these conversations. They are having these conversations. And sometimes these conversations in Jerusalem today, and even in New York, gets pretty aggressive. They're very
Yeah.
passionate on this. So there is upgrades to the Jewish faith. So when a Christian turns around aggressively and say, oh, well, the Jewish faith is different today, it is and this is a positive thing within the Jewish faith, that they are having these conversations, even within what was it called? What is Jesus?
Well,
So
I have friends who are Messianic Jews, so they are a branch of Judaism that does believe that Christ was the Messiah. They just worship according to the Jewish, you know, uh, system of worship and system of other beliefs, instead of all of the believing in Jesus plus all of the Christian, rituals and catechism and dogma. So it's funny. You can believe that that almost leads us to a question that I don't necessarily want to explore right now, but I'll ask it anyway. So what is the difference between Christianity and Messianic Judaism? And it really comes down to the other beliefs that go along with it, right? Which tells us that Christianity is actually, in fact, not just believing that Christ was the Messiah and is the Son of God, right? There's more to it than just that. So
that's
but that's not a conversation we're going to have today, Philip. I'm not prepared for it.
I'm not a theologian. I'm saying things now, and I don't, especially because even what you're saying,
not prepared for it.
because I have friends who have a different view again, but I'm not a theologian. I can't talk for them. Trial asks a very, very good question, actually, and we'll focus more on the 13th century perspective. And Trial asks, how did marriage work for peasants? did they marry for love, or was it arranged marriages? I'll take it from the 13th century perspective of Ireland to start
Mm,
with, and then Rachel can expand on that with Europe.
mm,
In Ireland in the 13th century, the majority of marriages, especially first marriage, and this is what's causing, even this morning online, there was YouTube videos brought out actually about this topic, about what is polygamy. In
mm.
Ireland, your very first marriage that you have is a political marriage, right? So when you're marrying into another clan, it is politically done. It's either done to get another clan closer to your clan, or it's there to have a marriage alliance because you're going to go to war with that too over there, or I mean, like another clan that's over there, right? So in Ireland, it is all political. That's your first marriage.
So,
However,
so even at the level, so he said peasants, right? So he's
yeah,
probably talking about like your average common farmer type.
it is.
So would it even
Because
even
you're,
even
yeah,
at that level, it still is in Ireland.
it is in Ireland because it's the clan system in Ireland. All of
Mm,
it has to be connected together
mm,
because so in what was it called? You correct me on this one. England and France, you have the king at the very top, and he's got no connections, well, very little connections with the peasant class. That is not Ireland. Ireland is the clan, what we call clan system.
mm,
Um, Academics refer to it as the king group, which is way more, what was it called? Correct English is to refer to it as king group because it's
mm,
kings together. Everyone is webbed together in Irish society. That includes the Normans. The Normans come in, they have to be connected into society.
mm,
English people that immigrate during the medieval period, they have to be webbed into society. Who else is then? The Vikings, the Norwegians that come in, even people who are fresh off the boat, they have to politically marry and foster their children in and get whipped in, or you're going to annoy people. People are going to
mm,
get very annoyed because you don't have any connections to society. And even
mm.
today, Irish people, the first thing they're going to ask when they're introducing themselves, people in Mallow, the very first thing that they ask is who you're related to. Who are you related to? And that's the same in Mallow today. They'll turn around and says, "Who's your relation? Who are you friends with?" They want to know what's your connection into the society. Okay, your very first marriage in Irish society is political. Then, once you've had your kids, that's grand. Society doesn't care, and this is what's causing so many arguments right now. Is okay, did that first marriage continue, or did people have divorces? Okay, if you still have another wife, if your first wife is still official
In
and
the
they're not
13th
having
century,
in the 13th century, right? So
you could
you
have
still have
divorce in 13th century
for
Ireland,
various
really?
reasons, right? So
Wow.
easy. This is the thing. Okay, so why do you get married? You get married to have children. If the two couples are not having children anymore, they have to, in Ireland, they can have a divorce. So all they have to do is turn around to the priest and say, "Oh, we're not having kids anymore," and they can dissolve their marriage. Which, by the way, is a massive debate right now. So, did they actually have divorce? Is the thing, because they are having multiple partners, right? So this is what's causing so many arguments in the academic sphere. So I don't want to turn around and say, "Oh, what I'm saying right now is be all and end all." No, no, it's a huge argument right now. So you have your first marriage, that's political. Now what we're seeing in the, what was it called? The sources is now people are having children with different women, right? So are they having marriages that are official, right, within the church because they're having a divorce, or is this just full on polygamy? What is going on? Because their second, third wife, they're now marrying out of love. So you're in Ireland, your first wife is your official political wife, and then after that, you will have either these marriage or relationships where you're having children out of love. So there's someone within the community, I've always loved those person for my entire life. Now I can go and have children with them, okay? So your first marriage in Ireland is political within this whole, what we call in the pop history, clan system. And after that, then I can marry out of lust and love. There you go.
Right. So in the 13th century, in most of, we'll go with England, for instance. So what is a peasant?
Mm,
That word does a lot of the thinking for us, and so
mm,
that is a word from which historians are trying to move,
mm,
because away from which historians are trying to move because it isn't a useful term.
Yeah.
Peasant. What is a peasant? Is a peasant just anyone who farms? That's the origin of the word, and from French is someone who paysan, right? Someone who lives and works in the country. So that's basically a farmer. But even by the 13th century, you have peasants who are wealthy, who actually have a large piece of land that they farm successfully. They make large profits from their various farm products. They actually have a nice home. They can afford decent clothing. And we know that because even in France, we start getting sumptuary laws at the end of the 13th century that are regulating the things that peasants are wearing and telling them, no, you can't wear silk. You can't wear fur. You can't wear coronets on your head, which tells me that there are people in the peasant category who are wealthy enough to do that by the 13th century. So if you are an individual who is somehow associated with agriculture and you happen to have a lot of money and you're not an aristocrat, you're not a nobleman, you're not part of the gentry, but you happen to have a lot of money, your children will not be allowed to just marry for love. No, they wouldn't. They will, any marriage they undertake will be to further the family's interests, to further the family's business, to build strong socioeconomic ties going forward. However, if you're a peasant who works for other peasants, if you are the person who's actually out there harvesting the crops, if you're the person actually planting the seeds, if you're the person who's actually milking the cows, et cetera, then probably your marriage is less likely to be a question of, it's not going to be political at all. It might still be socioeconomic though, meaning that if a young lady falls in love with a pauper, she's not going to be, not only would she not be allowed to marry him, she wouldn't want to. Like this is one of those misconceptions about how people would have viewed their own marriage. Most people would not have wanted to marry beneath them, not for reasons of social snobbery, but for very real economic reasons. So it is unlikely that if the milkmaid falls in love with the beggar around the corner, that she's going to throw it all away and become a beggar too, right? So the question of whether it was for love, well, not necessarily for love, certainly affection could have played a role, but a prime consideration would have been for most sensible people, the socioeconomic circumstances of their prospective mate. No matter what. It's just, this is not an era when you can just afford to be cavalier about your prospects. So political is maybe too strong a term for most people in the peasant class, because that implies some kind of control at the higher political level. But honestly, even in the village, I say that now, I think again, so in small villages, often it is actually these wealthy farmers who actually do have some control in the village. They're aldermen on the village council. So actually at that level, it could actually be a political marriage. You know what I'm saying? So I honestly, from what I've read, from anything I've read, most people base their choice ultimately on the socioeconomic circumstances of their prospective mate.
Yeah.
The lower you go, the more likely, though, that you're going to try to pick someone on your level who's also appealing at some way.
But like even today, you go out there to hunt people you feel comfortable with. What was it called? There was a brilliant saying I heard last night, and it was basically saying, I don't know how to say this properly. But it was basically saying that no matter what, even if you're like mad for this person that's down the road, you only ultimately marry somebody you're comfortable with, and you're only marrying people who you're comfortable with. Your people, like the people you're comfortable with, are people within your own family, or some form of a family that you grew up with. If you're not comfortable, and it's the same thing with somebody else from another family, like you're mad, you're suddenly seeing this really good-looking person over there, If that person is not comfortable with your family or with you, that person is not going to want to join your family or join you. And it's even a mistake that a lot of people make today, is they'll suddenly see someone who's very, very attractive and they're like, God, I'll do anything to marry that person. But if that person is not comfortable with you, that person's not going to want to marry you, you know?
Yeah.
And the thing is that if you're used to the life of a peasantry and stuff, you're going to be comfortable with people who live that sort of life. It's the same thing with people of a noble class. And I know it sounds bad, but that's kind of the reality, is that ultimately we look for safety, and we only get safety with, areas that we're safe in. We're comfortable in. And I know from outsiders, sometimes that could be seen as kind of abusive, because a lot of people look at what they would see as abusive marriages and stuff and go, why does that person keep going back to that other person? It's because they feel that in their brain, that their brain is telling them that's safe, that's normal, that's comfortable, that is what I'm used to. What's it called? And that's why they'll always return back to their. Oh, right. I don't know what happened there.
That was weird. Okay, you're back. Great.
But regardless, they are comfortable to what they grew up with. So if their family has always behaved in that way, they're always going to return to somebody who also behaves in that way. And so sometimes when you're, going out of your way to, and I don't want to set this in stone, but you do have to sort of keep in mind of when you're dating somebody, will this person find me comfortable, and will they find, my family comfortable and stuff? And a lot of people get this idea of what it is to feel comfortable and safe, and they chuck it out the window and say, well, I'm good looking, so I can get whoever I want. May not be always the case.
Can you though? Yeah, no. No, and so I think ultimately love played at most levels of society. Love as such played a more minor role. I think the lower you get on the ladder, the more of a role it is allowed to play.
Yeah.
But even still, most people are not going to make the crazy decision to just throw it all away and elope and go live in the woods like outlaws, right? That's just not going to happen for the most part. And in fact, sometimes when there is an extremely unequal marriage, in terms of the social hierarchy, that marriage will get annulled, can be annulled. Like, so there's court records of annulments that happen because one of the family, usually of the person on the higher end of that socioeconomic ladder, petitioned to have it annulled because it was an inappropriate match. And of course they didn't claim that's the reason. They claimed, it was never consummated or no children resulted, so it's not a real marriage. But the reason that they petitioned was because they wanted a better match for their child, basically.
I see.
So that's a good question. Yeah.
Oh, it is. And what else were we? Oh, in Ireland, were there any written court records? Ireland doesn't have what's it called?
There may have been at one point.
We kind of have assemblies rather than anything else. We've never actually had a court. We do have great halls. There's a great hall in Dublin. But the Irish have assemblies. So because we have a lot of the time we have the clan system, what ultimately happens is that we still need to run society. Society needs to still function and run. So what we decide to do is that every Sunday, people will come together and have assemblies in their local areas. And then at least 4 times a year, they'll have huge, massive gatherings together. We kind of have an idea of how it was in the early medieval period. During the high medieval period and the late medieval period, we don't really have, there is Irish parliaments being held, but we think that they're still meeting up in these old school assemblies, but we don't have any evidence to prove that they're still having old school assemblies where they're all meeting up. That includes the Normans, what you guys call the Vikings, and the native Gaelic people are all meeting up together and saying, okay, so this is how we're going to run Ireland for the rest of the year. And in that as well, they'll also count up all the tax. They'll count up all the tax money and all the cattle tribute as well. So that way they can see what the finances are for the year, right? So this is also when cattle raiding is at its peak as well, where people are trying to raid each other to see what their their economy will be like for the year. So there is no court, but there is
But
assemblies, right?
so the monastic communities have their own courts. So I'm wondering if any of the monasteries actually have records, because they tried people for the same kinds of crimes that you get tried everywhere,
Mm,
not just for like theft and the usual set of all the way up to murder. So they actually had their own courts.
yeah,
So I wonder if those monastic communities, because they were big record keepers, monastic communities. So I
yeah.
wonder if any of those monastic communities have records of their court trials. So were there no legal courts, or were legal matters just handled during these
That was
assemblies?
yes, you just hit the nail on the head there.
Mm,
It is the Brehon judges. So Ireland has the Brehon judges. They do try to establish English common law in Ireland during the early stages of the Norman invasion of Ireland, but it
mm,
just doesn't click because Ireland keeps to the clan system, and it
mm.
becomes this kind of what they academics refer to when I'm reading the papers and stuff is bastard feudalism. So it's
Right.
basically feudalism that ends up morphing with the what I'm calling in pop history clan system, which is technically speaking called the king group system, right? But
Right.
anyway, regardless, what they end up having to do is they have to bring back all the old, after kicking them out, the Normans kicked them out, they have to bring back all the old Brehon judges who are hiding up in the mountains and stuff. So they come back down again to these villages. So originally, it would have been most of these meetings were happening in monastic settlements
Mm,
during the early medieval period. Then we're going to the High Middle Ages, and most of these assemblies are now happening in castles. So they're building castles, and then they're
right.
holding these assemblies at castles. During these assemblies, I have a problem with Rachel's husband. Rachel's husband keeps robbing my cows. I
Yeah, he
then go
does.
down. I so go down to the what's it called? My lord, who lives in a castle, and I complain to him. I say, Lord, he keeps robbing my cows, and
Right.
he what he turns around then is that he's got an understanding of English common law. And what he does is to make it more fair, because the Brehon laws fit more into what's happening in Ireland, is he'll
Mm,
bring down the Brehon judge. They'll have a discussion and talk. The lord of the area, the Norman, well, the kind of Hiberno Norman lord, as we're calling it, something that myself and Rachel don't fully agree with. But regardless, in this, we're going to
yeah.
call him an Irish lord. So he goes down, has a discussion with the Irish lord who understands English common law. He brings down the Brehon judge. They'll have a discussion and talk, and they'll come up with some bastard judging of what should happen. And ultimately,
Right.
it could come down to the fact between the conversation that they have on the Sunday after church, they'll have a conversation about, okay, so Rachel, your husband will give him, you can keep the cattle because it makes life easier, but you will give him money, right,
Right.
as a fine, just as payment, so we can calm this down, right? And if you don't pay this, you and your husband will be kicked out of society, right? That means you're not under my protection anymore. If you're not
Right.
under my protection anymore, that means the bandits and other
Yeah.
people can come over and kill you and your husband, okay? And
Yeah.
you then, in front of me, because I'm a big scary Irish lord, agree then, oh, yeah, of course, you all do whatever you want. You then pay the fine, or, over the next few weeks, because you probably don't have the money there and then, in the next few weeks, you'll walk over to, what was it called, the settlement, and you slowly but surely, well, his fort or his farm or whatever, and you'll pay that fine back over the next coming weeks. And if you don't pay that fine, you then, at the next assembly, I'll turn around and say to the Irish Lord, hey, look, you weren't paying that fine. And it's like, right, get out. You'll be kicked out of the society as a whole. So that's basically what we refer to as bastard feudalism, where we've got a mixture of both the old Brehon laws from the early Irish era, and then we're bringing in, what was it called, the new English laws. But as Rachel pointed out as well, even the Irish interpretation is massively changing as well because of certain things like trade. An example of that is from the colours, the laws to do with colors. Like Rachel, for example, during the early medieval period, blue and purple were the greatest colors ever. And only the kings, according to early Irish law, only the kings could wear, what was it called? The colors blue and purple. But
Yeah.
then, because as we're going into the High Middle Ages, those laws are changing and morphing. Now, blue and purple aren't the most important colors. different colors, such as saffron, as we go into late medieval period, that becomes like the greatest color in Ireland and stuff. So the laws are more, even from the Irish perspective, the laws are changing and morphing as we go into the late medieval period in Ireland.
Yep. Yeah. So we actually had a really great question there. What about the police force and or enforcement, law enforcement? What was law enforcement like? Well, first off, in the Middle Ages. The Middle Ages is 1,000 years. We're talking about a whole continent, possibly, or a whole supercontinent if you mean Eurasia. So there are in Europe, if we're talking just Western Europe, even from city to city, the way in which law enforcement was handled could vary.
Yeah.
But was there a police force like we understand it now? Well, in certain places there kind of was. So for instance, in Florence in the 15th century, they actually had a fashion police, literally, not a metaphor. But it wasn't enforcing good taste, it was enforcing modesty. So as the bottom levels of society start becoming wealthier, then they start purchasing clothing that definitely dresses them above their station. And so an increasing number of polities across Europe start passing sumptuary laws, is the word you were looking for. Sumptuary laws govern luxury purchases, luxury goods. And they basically break it down by social class and by earnings class. So a law might say something like, if you're a yeoman or a squire with under 20 pounds a year, 20 pounds sterling a year, it's an English law, then you may only wear rabbit fur and wool, but no silk, right? So, it breaks it down based on both your social class and your economic station. And in Florence, Philip, as you know, was a republic by the 15th century. They had literally evicted and or killed all of their blue bloods by blood, even though they immediately start creating a whole new aristocratic class, but that's another conversation. So they're pretending to be modest, a modest republic filled with modest people who aren't pretending to be kings and dukes, right? So they need to dress that way. So Florence starts passing these laws that limit everyone, it's not a question of social class in Florence. No. It's a question of, you're a Florentine. Okay, well, this rule applies to you. And so, of course, you've got super wealthy families in Florence, super wealthy families who can afford to dress themselves like emperors and would like to on certain occasions. And so they institute a fashion police. They actually do patrol the streets. And when they see someone violating one of these laws, they actually approach them and try to fine them. So there is, I know it's the really important stuff, right? We want to make sure everyone dresses modestly. So, okay, that's enough of a reason to institute a police. But by the same token, I haven't seen evidence of a criminal police force that does the same thing for violent crimes or property crimes in Florence.
That's mad.
Right.
That they take fashion more seriously than anything else. Because I assume what's happening in Ireland, like if you close your little fort here, like because in early medieval Ireland, when you've got these kind of sanctuary laws in Ireland, as in you have to wear these colours if you're of a certain grade or rank in society. I assume once you close your little gate to your little fort, you can wear any colour you want. Like no one's going to rat you out. But if you go to an assembly and you're wearing the wrong colours, like you go down to church and you're wearing big blue in front of the king, that's not going to be good. So I assume that's when these sanctuary laws kick in place. But as you were saying there, the fact that we're hunting down people for their colors, like Jesus,
it's mostly women. It's mostly women, right? And because the sumptuary laws are mostly aimed at women in Florence. There are some that relate to men, but the preponderance of them are aimed at women's clothing, and in part that's actually the men's fault. The male, because it's a patriarchal society. And so Florentine men view their women basically as dolls that they can dress up and put on display in a public venue. So they want to show their wealth and power by dressing their women very sumptuously and then putting them out on display at, grand festivals and balls and assemblies and whatnot. So it's not even a question of the women are necessarily choosing to dress themselves that way. Not saying they don't, but it's not just the choice being made by the women, because men in this era also dress like peacocks.
Yeah.
And they also like wearing lots of expensive jewelry, expensive fabrics, full voluminous garments with sleeves and trains, velvet, silks, right? This is before toxic masculinity forced men to dress in boring, boring clothes that are dull, dull colors with no ornamentation. So,
Yeah.
it's the men want their women to dress in this ostentatious manner because it's part of their family's brand. And you and I have talked about the similarities between Ireland and Florence in terms of the idea of clan. And
Yeah.
in Florence, the idea of clan is 100% in full force in the 15th century. The clan is like this extended kinship group, like you were saying, that actually becomes like your socioeconomic network. So if you are part of the right clan, then you're golden. You can, your business will be supported. You'll get assistance when you need it. The right political decisions will be made so that you can operate and function in a profitable manner, because Florence is very mercantile. If you're part of the wrong clan, though, or if your clan falls on the wrong side of whatever's happening at the moment, like Alessandra Strozzi, her clan, the clan into which she married, unfortunately fell on the wrong side of the Medici in the 1430s. And so, in her case, she ends up struggling against that for decades. But those sumptuary laws, they're put there to try to create this idea of Republican modesty. This image of Republican modesty. And so they decide they need to enforce it. So they implement a fashion police. Oh, and it's the weird thing? We actually have seals, lead seals, that have survived from this era, from Florence and from Bologna, that are actually fashion police seals. So if a garment or an item of apparel was identified as being inappropriate, and then you paid a fine you pay to play, then you would get one of these seals to affix to the garment, so that the fashion police who next came across you would know you'd already been punished for it.
Lovely. You see, you can't play that card in Ireland, Rachel, though, because most of the assemblies, and on top of that, the people who are running the administration and this was actually a conversation this morning as well, it's the women in the monastic settlements and also in the city areas that are running the majority of the administration in those areas. The men are seen like going off being warlords and stuff during the early medieval period. So you rocking up to an assembly wearing the wrong clothing and stuff, it's going to be a woman actually most likely going up to you and losing the rag with you, going absolutely wild and saying you're going to pay for this, rather than a man. So yeah, it's actually funny that you're saying it's men who are enforcing it in Florence, where in Ireland it's most likely a grumpy old nun walking up to you and saying, "Why are you wearing the wrong clothes?" with a spoon. You can already imagine the wooden spoon she's wiggling while you're wearing the wrong clothes, the wrong colors, huh?
But and what's really funny about it being men in the fashion police? They should have. You are right. They should have had the women be the fashion police, because here's what happened. I actually read one hilarious account from Florence in the 1420s of a fashion policeman approaching a lady who was in clear violation of the statutes, and she literally smacked him and walked away. And he couldn't do any, like, he has no authority to apprehend her physically.
Yeah.
That wasn't in there. That wasn't part of their mandate.
Yeah.
So he couldn't do anything about it. And everyone in the neighborhood found it hilarious. So I think if it had been a woman, there would have been a different set of interactions, probably.
Oh, what was it called? There's a comment there, because I'll start answering these comments as we start to finish up. I might grab myself a drink beforehand. But anyway, somebody's asking about the claymore. It's claymore in the Scottish, the Anglo-Scottish language, and in Ireland we have the cleave more. That's in Irish. You can see the similarities. Cleave more in Ireland and claymore in Scotland.
I mean, it's the same word, really.
Yeah, it is, like, in fairness, but there is different differences on the way that Scottish smiths make their swords and Irish smiths make their swords in Ireland. One of which the bit massive difference is the ring pommel. We have ring pommels in Ireland, which is insanely unique to Ireland.
It is.
Um,
Yeah.
but the thing is that what was it? First and foremost, the huge, massive argument in
Shit,
Ireland
you
is
do. I just realized you have ring pommels. You know
yes, go
who
on,
else has a ring pommel, Philip?
go on.
Korea, ancient Korea, Sheila.
Really?
All of
No
their
way.
swords have ring pommels. All
No
of
way.
them.
No
You need to
way.
come visit me.
Yes. I do. Right. Anyway, right.
Sorry, go on.
So
Ring pommels,
Irish
Claymore. Go
smiths
on.
are making rim pommels, and the reason for it is to make the sword more balanced. But this is where, right? So there's people in Scotland who specialize in claymores, both in Ireland and Scotland. But there's a huge debate. First and foremost, how big were these things? Because we have a depiction, a German depiction of it being absolutely humongous. But
Immense.
we
Yeah,
don't
that's
have
the
a
one
fine
from the
factor.
15 teens, right? The German one, the guy from
Yeah.
Nuremberg who depicts them. Yeah.
Yeah. So we're arguing and debating. Like, oh man, this argument gets out of hand sometimes. But we're arguing how big were they in real life? Because first off, as you're highlighting there, the bigger is the sword, the thickness. How are you supposed to use that in battle? This is a huge argument right now. Not actually. I'm going to put my hand up. Hey, look, not actually in my field of expertise. I'm only kind of
Yeah.
repeating what people are saying because I don't want my head cut off as well next time I meet up with these people. But the argument is like we do not have a solid find to back up the drawing and sketches that we see in the 16th century, in particular what the Germans are depicting about the Irish and their big massive swords. So there's no actual solid evidence to support that a sword was that big. So it's still, don't get me wrong, I'd love there to be solid evidence that swords were that humongous, but we just don't have the evidence right now to support that they were that big during the medieval period. We know there
Yeah.
existed because we have found long swords with ring pommels and what was it, an arming sword? We have an arming sword with ring pommels as well. So they did exist. We just don't know how big they actually were until we have a solid find. But then, some people turn around. This is maybe they just got completely confused with long swords because long swords are quite big as well. Do you know?
They are. Yeah. I mean, there's, at the Leeds Armory, they have this insanely long sword. It is not a claymore. It's a German, it's a Landsknecht sword that was designed to basically cut horses' legs off.
Yeah.
Mid-battle, right? That's.
Oh, up in there. Oh, she's
Lost reconnecting. Am I back?
Yeah.
Am I back?
Yeah, back?
Okay.
Back.
What was the last thing you all heard me say?
You're just talking about how the Landsknecht was using their Zweihander to cut off the legs of the horse.
And the Zweihänder I'm thinking of in particular is like crazy big. Like I've seen Zweihänder in museums in Germany. I lived in Germany for 12 years. This one made me go, WTF. So yes, we know they had in medieval people or late, and that's actually early modern. So that's technically early modern. So we know that those swords of that size existed. The question is always, well, how exactly was it used, right? Like, was it, like you say, was it wielded like, the long swords? Was it used for very specific applications? I haven't really seen evidence of the claymore being used in a actually pre-1500 context, like that kind of weapon. I've looked at least a dozen, maybe more, extant fighting manuals from the Middle Ages, from the 13th century to the 15th century. And in any of those fighting manuals, I've never seen a sword that long, that claymore long, being used. Long swords, sure. And I mean, 4 or 5 feet in some cases, but that's not a claymore. A claymore is much more than that.
Yeah. So to answer your question, it's still very debatable. And I mean, you have apps, and I'm not going to say anything because I don't want to get in trouble with the people.
Yeah, it's not my area of expertise either. I'm only answering from what I've seen and exploring numerous armories and reading medieval fighting manuals. And the good thing about medieval fighting manuals, unlike medieval dance manuals, is they're illustrated, highly illustrated. So you can see exactly the kinds of weapons that they're talking about in the instructions. And I've never seen a sword that was taller than the man was being used.
Yeah. And just to highlight,
Yeah.
I am not an academic. I am a historian. Okay, I research medieval history for various projects, but I am not a part of academic circles as of right now. Might be in the future, hopefully. But I am. I do not define myself as an academic. I do
Yeah.
define myself as a medieval historian because that's how I get paid. I make a living out of researching medieval history and giving that information on whoever's paying me at the time. But I do not consider myself an academic because I'm not being funded by a university. I'm not at
Mhm.
university
Yep.
standard, and I'm not a part of the university circles. Okay, so I get the information just like everyone else, and then I put it into my own interpretation. Okay, so just to be clear about that, I do consider myself an Irish medieval historian. I do not
Oh,
consider myself an academic or a part of the academic circles. Okay, just to make it
what?
clear.
To the video.
Oh, what? Oh,
Showing somebody here, the belt.
oh, okay. Apparently there was a question about belts. Yes?
This belt.
This belt.
They wanted to see how it completed one.
Oh, okay. So someone asked, I guess they saw the vlog about the project, or?
No, they want to find that too.
Oh, okay.
I pinned the.
Okay, so this, someone was asking about this belt. Ryan brought it in for show and tell. Okay, so if I were wearing, actually, the gown I'm currently sewing is a gown that will go over top of my 15th century Lululemon ensemble here, right? And then over top of that would come this belt.
Mm.
So this is an armor and castings belt. Well, rather the buckle, the harness is armor and castings. I think I put it on upside down, but whatever. The harness is armor and castings, right? So this is, yeah, I have to be on my tippy toes because Philip's screen is there. Right. What was the question about it?
They just want to see it.
Oh, they wanted to see it.
They wanted to buy
Ah.
Oh. Okay. So this is, yeah. So this harness, the 15th century English word for the fittings on belts is called harness, in case anyone is wondering why I'm using that word. 15th century English word is harness. So all these pretty metal parts, right? This is made by Armor and Castings. It's a replica of originals depicted in paintings from the 15th century. And yeah, so it's real pretty. It's super, super, super top quality workmanship. You can see that. So yeah.
I'll try and find the link for you.
So whoever was looking for one, that width is not, you have to custom make that width.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
I'll answer this question here, and then I'll just go over and get myself a drink before I continue on because the algorithm is doing super well right now.
Yeah, no, we should keep going.
I just want to answer this question here, and I'll go get myself a drink.
Yep.
Hey, Contessa, do you compare the similarities of Ireland and Scotland? Ha ha ha. The Ulster cycle is full of ringed spears and swords. Ringed spears. I don't know if there's any rings. I don't. Which find you're talking about when it comes down to ringed spears? Spears. What was it called in the Ulster cycle? With the majority of it written during the early medieval period, tons of it has spears. Like the spear dominates early medieval Ireland for sure. I think it's once we get up to the 15th century when we're dealing with more pole arms. In Ireland, it's the Sparta axe dominates line formations during the 15th century. And then, like Rachel can correct me on this one, with the pole arms. Pole arms definitely do start to dominate the battlefield in the 15th century, don't they, Rachel?
Yeah, they really do. They really do. And, it's like, it's almost heartbreaking for the knights, because they, their big thing for centuries was, lance on horseback, but also sword from horseback. And then pole arms really come in. And then the bill hooks come in. Then those peasants get bad ideas about using their harvesting equipment as weapons instead. And when I say bad idea, that's in quotes because it obviously works out really well for them.
Well, it's nasty. I would say nasty because it gets really nasty.
It gets really ugly.
The one that always gets me is the description of Richard III when he's pulled off his horse.
Yeah.
That gets gruesome. Very. And then that's the point. That was when I remember when I was, I can't remember if I was about 12 at the time when I was reading the description of Richard III. And it's then my brain suddenly realized how destructive those things were to a knight. I remember being 12 years of age and just remembering how poor Richard III was inside his full plate armor. I remember the word they used, like a tin can, been opened up alive, and I was like, oh my god! And you can just
Yeah.
imagine him inside being and screaming and shouting. There's nothing he can do. He's been wrestled, pinned to the ground,
Yep.
and peasants are slowly but surely dissecting him alive in his full play armor. Do you know? And
Well, I
he's
mean,
already
Richard
cooking as well.
Richard
You know?
wasn't. You mean Richard the Third?
Yes.
He was pulled off by knights. I mean, it wasn't peasants who were coming at him, but they still
Mm.
dissected him. They still
Yeah.
they I mean, when once they found his body back in 2012, and started examining it, they realized just how much damage. I mean, it was just a skeleton, right? But even
Mm.
from just his skeleton, they could tell just how much damage was done to him,
Yeah.
before they finally stopped. I mean, at which point he finally died versus when they finally stopped hacking.
Yeah. But what's crazy is that Simon de Montfort, he died in the same kind of circumstances, and what was it called? He was before full play armor, so he died in what was it called? The Great Helm, and the rest of it was riveted mail, and even
Right.
he was. Okay, once he got pulled off his horse, even
Yeah.
he was. Maybe that's where I got slightly confused. Maybe he died.
Uh,
But you guys can correct me as well. Maybe he died from peasants, perhaps. I don't know. But regardless, I remember reading his description of his death in the, what was it, Edward the First, The Great and Terrible King. Absolutely brilliant book. And in that, it describes how he was dissected alive as well. And we
yeah.
don't actually know at what point he died. And also, the description gets a bit wild as well, because people, for some strange reason, and we were talking about this yesterday, on Sunday as well, with Dr. Owen O'Neill. In the 17th century, the same thing happens as well during a riot in the Netherlands, where two nobles are captured. And for some strange reason, people get this weird genital fetish of suddenly start going for the genitals and trying to rip off the
Yeah.
genitals, because the same thing happens to Simon de Montfort, where they start trying
Yeah.
to remove his genitals while he's alive and trying to stuff it down his mouth,
Yeah.
which
It's
is bizarre.
people are sadistic.
Yes.
It's supposed to be humiliating. I mean, it is, but I mean, it's horrifying, but it's also supposed to be humiliating, right? It's
Yeah.
literally supposed to be emasculating. It is supposed to turn this person in from a powerful warrior into basically a genitalless woman, right? Like,
Uh,
because that's the stuffing that, right? It's very symbolic.
mm,
It's it's very symbolic, and but it shows a lack of empathy in the moment. Like, there is
ah.
the people doing that cannot possibly empathize in the least. They
Mm,
have othered their victim so much that they can't even possibly view him as actually human anymore,
mm,
because humans actually have evolved to feel connection with each other,
yes.
to not be able to see other people suffer, and so to be able to do that to someone else, you really have to play a psychological trick on yourself. Gruesome.
Oh, 100%. Right.
and
I'll
and
go
you know
get myself.
people go ahead. I'll say this while you go get yourself a drink. So,
Thank you so much.
everyone, people think that we have evolved as humans, that we're so much superior to our medieval ancestors, and honestly, that's not true. It really isn't. You were to put any modern person into the exact same circumstances in which any of these medieval people found themselves as a modern person, they would probably find themselves acting in exactly the same ways. Medieval people, contrary to popular belief, were actually not numb to violence. They were not numb to cruelty. They were not numb to the pain of loss. But all humans have the ability to other. All humans do. And we have for thousands of years. Our legends and stories and scriptures all talk about the way we other in order to justify wreaking horror upon each other. And let me give you some examples of surprising people in the Middle Ages responding negatively to cruelty being shown and coming to the aid of others. So back to the Inquisition. In Cambrai, in the 1020s, a man is put 1020s in the 11th century in Cambrai. I don't remember now which decade, but Cambrai is a French city, French town. And there was a man who was put on trial for heresy. This is before the Inquisition. He was just being tried in the ecclesiastical court for heresy. But before he could even be tried, before a verdict was reached, before a sentence was issued, the townspeople broke into the prison, the place where it wasn't really a prison, the place where this man was being held, and they lynched him. The bishop who is presiding over the court tried to go and have him saved. He sent men to go and try to save this poor man because he couldn't believe that these people were behaving in this horrible manner and were about to wreak this kind of violence on this person. They didn't succeed because the whole town lost their minds. And the city of Cambrai got excommunicated as punishment for it. Right? So the city of Cambrai basically executes a heretic extrajudicially, and the church excommunicates them. So that also shows that the church really wasn't interested in killing people for heresy if they didn't have to. And the reason, welcome back, Philip. I hope are you enjoying your beverage?
It was good. It was good.
And the reason they didn't want to execute people for heresy is because I know we're so cynical now, Philip, right? We are all so cynical about everything. And we're especially cynical as a modern people in the West in particular about religious institutions, and with good reason. I'm not saying we have no reason for cynicism. But what that does is it provides us with a really jaded lens through which to view every single action that any church has ever taken. And I'm not just talking about the Catholic Church, any church. So, but when you actually start reading what various popes, what various bishops, what various theologians in the medieval church were actually writing, their goal in rooting out heretics was twofold. It was not to kill people. They didn't want to eliminate the heretics. They wanted to eliminate the heresy because they wanted to bring the heretics back into the fold of salvation, into the fold of grace. They wanted to save their soul for God. They viewed that as their mission. The medieval church viewed it as their mission to save people's souls. And so in their logic, you couldn't save a dead person's soul. No. So if you execute something, they're irrecoverable. They are lost. They have failed in their mission to spread the light of the true faith, in quotes, to those people. So they did, seriously, even under the Inquisition, they did everything in their power to bring people back into the fold, to recover them before they executed them. The people who were executed ultimately were what I would call the hard cases. They were the repeat offenders. They were the ones who refused to recant. They were the ones who kept going out and preaching heresy despite being told, please stop. Right? It was this, there's this weird misconception about the Inquisition being something that would crack down on a random peasant woman for just saying she wasn't certain if God was real. No. Just no.
I think the problem is once it happens once, it kind of, stays in a person's mind. And I think over time, it just echoes louder and louder and louder. Because, for example, if you look at the Ellis Kettler case, God, they rushed that through so quick,
Right.
But then, Ellis Kettler is just one case,
Yeah.
Ellis Kettler happens in 1306. Sorry, around 1320, sorry. It happens in 1320, around that time. And then it kind of echoes because no other woman, it would be another 600 years or so before another woman is burned for being a witch in Ireland.
Really? No, because Ellis Kettler's the 13th century. That would put it in the 20th century?
Yeah, so there was a woman, what was it called, around just after, I think it was either before the Second World War or just after the Second World War.
Really?
She was burned by her husband. Yeah, her husband burned her. He sentenced her as the community sentenced. Yeah, it was wild. And your reaction is exactly how the rest of the world reacted. Her husband went mad in the head. Well, he didn't go mad in the head. He believed there was people within the community didn't like her, right? She was making too much money because what she would do was that she would make curtains and she ends up making a fortune, but the community hated her. She was an outsider as well. She wasn't originally part of the community. She married into the community. And then because most women in the community knew their place, right? This is the 20th century. It's not the medieval period. The women in the community knew their place, but she didn't. She was an outsider, right? And what happened is she wanted to be, because I think she came from somewhere close to Limerick or something, somewhere like that. So she was a very educated woman. She
Right.
comes into this very closed off society around the south of Ireland. I can't remember specifically where it is, and I can't remember the bloody name of the case. I'll quickly look it up there in a bit. But I'll give my interpretation first. She comes into this community anyway.
Right.
She ends up, first thing she wants to do is start making money and start being more independent than what she is. So and instead of her husband turning around and says, "We'll be rich, that's a good idea," he despises
He
and
gets
hates her.
threatened. He's
Yes,
threatened by it, isn't he? Yeah.
yes,
Of course he is.
massively,
Of course he
massively.
is.
And the community itself, like he's going down to the pub, and we know this because English people are sent, because Ireland at the time was still under British administration. And so
Right.
not only are people from Dublin sending their investigators over to find out what happened, but you have people from London sending investigators over to what happened. And basically, he was going down to the pub, and the men in the pub were telling, "Your wife, she
Oh,
has
Jesus.
ideas, she has notions, she shouldn't behave like this." This is the type of stuff that he's getting fed down in the local pub. So
Ugh.
he starts beating her. She starts rocking up around the society with punches in her face and stuff from her husband. So, but she continues doing that. She continues making curtains, and she also fixes up she's very good with her hands, very, very gifted with her hands. She also fixes wedding dresses and everything around it. So, when you've got bugs and stuff eating the wedding dresses, women
Right.
go to
Yeah.
her to go and mend them and stuff. She's really gifted in fixing up dresses and stuff.
Huh.
But she makes most of her money from making curtains. So she ends up making a fortune independent from her husband. So what happens is that people are feeding him ideas. But this is what happens as well, is that you have a kind of a folklore man comes into the society, and he's also feeding the husband ideas as well. And he's turning around and saying, "Hey, look, that's not your wife, okay?
Oh,
That's a fairy."
Jesus.
Yeah, he's turning around and saying,
That's
"That's
a
not your wife.
fairy?
That's a
That's a
fairy."
fairy?
Fairy.
Oh,
So in
bloody hell.
this is not the Disneyland fairy. This is an evil,
No, no.
mysterious kind of
Right.
leprechaun, evil
Right.
trickster,
Yeah, yeah.
demon kind of creature that comes into society.
Jesus.
So he's saying, "Oh, well, that's a fairy. That's a little evil demon that's possessed." Basically, he's kidnapped your wife, right? So what was it? This evil demon has kidnapped your wife, hiding the wife off somewhere, right? And is shapeshifted into your wife and is pretending
Jesus.
to be your wife. And that's why, instead of being the cute, innocent, perfect little virgin wife, the good Catholic woman, that's
Right.
why it's behaving the way it's behaving, because it's shapeshifted into your wife. He believes it, right? So, according to
Jesus.
him, first off, they end up torturing the poor woman, right? So, the community as a whole come to the conclusion that this demon needs to be tortured and punished for
Right.
kidnap. I need to tell them where the wife is. So, this poor, confused woman is kidnapped by the community, dragged off somewhere, is first off tortured in iron, because they believe if they burn the demon with iron, it will
Oh.
confess to one
Oh, well,
doing
but
bad
also
things.
aren't fairies, like, isn't the lore that fairies can't touch iron?
Yes, yeah.
Right? Right? Yeah.
But they burn, first off, they burn the iron
Jesus.
first, and then they start burning the poor woman. And then once they don't get the answers they want off of her, they actually tie her to a stake and burn her alive in front of the whole community. Yeah, the community does this as a whole. And this is
See,
like,
this is what I meant. Like, well, I don't know if you could hear me while you were gone, but while I was observing that we think we're so much more evolved than our medieval ancestors, and then you provide this prime example of how we're not actually.
uh,
Dear
Irish.
God, what a horror show!
Give me a second there. I'll quickly look that up for you so you can get the name. So you can all look, because there's books and everything, because it's so weird. Bridget Clary, 1895. So it's the Bridget Clary case, which is super. She was only
Bridget Clary.
26.
God
She was
damn.
only 26. Tipperary. So it's actually just up the road from me. So just up the
Jesus.
road where I live, where I'm from. In
Ah,
1895, a woman was burned alive because her husband believed that she was a fairy. I think she was originally from. Oh, she was originally. Oh, yeah. But yeah, the Bridget Clary case. I think she was originally around Limerick, which is more of a city area, and that's why she had notions
oh,
going in. Yeah, so
right.
she
She had
was educated.
notions. City people, city folk. They're
Yeah,
corrupt.
yeah,
Clearly,
that's exactly what's
clearly,
going on there.
clearly, she must be possessed by or have been body snatched by a fairy. Right.
Yeah.
God damn. Jesus. Wow. See, that's what I mean. How easy. So normally, no human should be able to watch another human burning alive. Like we should
Yeah.
feel. We have psychologically evolved. It's part of our survival as a species, actually, and our thriving as a species. We should feel a connection with our fellow man and not be able to watch them suffering like that. So,
Yeah.
in order to watch a human and let a human burn alive, means you have to classify them. In this case, not human. She's a fairy, right? So by burning her alive, any pain that she's feeling, that's not a human feeling it. It's
Yeah.
okay. God damn. Jesus, Philip.
And
I mean that makes the Inquisition look merciful and at least so this is another one of those myths about the medieval Inquisition that it was non-judicial, meaning there was no actual trial, right? There was no actual evidence. It was all kangaroo court. No, for the most part, Inquisition trials, the records we have show that they were very focused on actually inquiring. That's where the word inquisitio comes from. Inquisition, inquire, to investigate. And there was actually a burden of proof. You actually had to show evidence, which is why, and I've got some numbers here that I will quote you from specific inquisitions. So in Languedoc, 207 in 1246, 207 people were tried for heresy. Only 207, by the way. So we're not talking about a large number of people. 207 people were tried. 23 went to prison. 184 were ordered to wear yellow crosses, which was one of the punishments of the Inquisition of heresy, was that you would have to actually wear a big giant yellow cross on your garments. That might, for those of you who have studied history, wearing of a yellow insignia on your garments to single you out might sound familiar. But I will just say that the Third Empire of Germany did not invent that idea. But so one of the things you had to do was wear crosses. So 270 people were tried. Not a single one was executed. No one was condemned. No one was condemned to death. 23 went to prison. 184 had to wear yellow crosses. In the period of 1249 to 1257, 251 people were tried. 230, these are Cathars, by the way. 230 were sentenced to prison. 21 were remanded to the secular authorities for execution over a 12-year period. So, but what that shows you is that it wasn't an automatic, like people think also, oh God, the Inquisition has you, it's an automatic death sentence. It was not. In many cases, people were actually sent on pilgrimage as a form of punishment. So you'd actually have to go to, some place, and they weren't necessarily far places. It's not like they were told you have to go to Jerusalem on pilgrimage. Sometimes it was just go to the local shrine and go on pilgrimage, and that should shrive you. That should save you, basically. And imprisonment was not life imprisonment. And the Inquisition prison in the 13th century was basically like being in a monastery. So one of the options was that you were locked up in a cell that was like a monk cell. You actually had a bed, it had a window, you weren't chained to the wall, you could actually have visitors, you could actually interact with other people, like other prisoners. Sometimes you might share a cell, but it was more like being a monk, and you were fed bread and water every day, which, by the way, is what most people ate on a regular basis. And then the other option was much less pleasant. That was basically the anchorite option, where you were put in a room with no windows and you were chained to the wall. But yeah, but it wasn't pleasant. But these were not life sentences usually, like in many cases. And then there's another case where certain inquisitors would actually hear appeals, lots of appeals. They would hear hundreds of appeals, and they would actually down revise their sentences. So they would either commute a sentence entirely or make it a much less severe one. So in the period of 1307 to 1323, the Inquisitor, that was Guy, trying to remember which Bernard de Guy heard 633 cases, and he then he heard another 274 of those cases. He reheard them, he retried them basically, and he basically reduced their sentences. All of them, all of the ones that were retried had reduced sentences. So 139 people went from going to prison to just having to wear the yellow crosses. 135 people went from crosses to pilgrimage. So, you know, it's not this soulless, immutable, all-powerful, omniscient institution that people imagine it is, because there wasn't just one Inquisition. They only operated locally, and they operated at very limited periods of time, and they didn't have unlimited funds. Apparently, they didn't even have their own police force. If they needed anything enforced, they actually had to get the secular authorities to cooperate with them. And in some cases, this was crazy. In many cases, I found the church actually didn't want to execute people, and the secular authorities actually took the accused out of their hands and executed them anyway, because apparently the secular authorities felt that the threat of heresy was just as great to them as it was to the church, especially when the heretics were talking about getting rid of all hierarchy, for instance. You know, it's like, oh wait, you're talking about something that's going to take away my powerful? No, you got to go. You've got to go, buddy. So it's, you know, a lot of people say, well, the church ordered the secular authorities to execute these people. In a lot of cases that I found, the records prove that the secular authorities were the ones who wanted to do the executing.
Yeah, that makes sense. It's funny as well, because as we go into the next mass killing of people, is the witch trials and stuff. Is the witch trials. But people are very quick to blame the papacy during that period. And it's like, you don't realize that the papacy was actually writing letters to people, telling them to stop. They were actually, the papacy, the actual pope at the time during the 16th and 17th century, actually was telling people that witches didn't exist, which is mind-blowing, because there were actual members of the Roman Catholic Church who were writing entire manuals around witches. And yet the Pope himself in Rome was writing letters saying witches do not exist. Stop. Why? Because they were wiping out villages that were paying tribute to him. That means he's not getting a wage from these villages anymore, because they've just wiped themselves out.
Well, and I mean that's kind of the cynical view, but remember, not all people can be more than one thing, right? People can be greedy, but also care about their mandate at the same time, right? So the church's mandate was to save souls. If a person burns at the stake, you can no longer save their soul. You have therefore failed. You failed God, in fact. So the goal was generally not to execute people. It was to recover them, and you can't recover anyone if you've killed them. So, you know.
Very, very true. To be honest with you, every example I think of when it comes down to Ellis Kettler up to Joan of Arc, they're all political. Like, they're ultimately, when you actually do the research into it, it's all political. The only one I can find that is absolutely mental is the witch trials in Germany. They seem to be one that gets very off hinge. And it's nothing to do with the papacy. The papacy is writing letters telling them to stop doing that. But they seem to just get notions in their head one day that their women are up to something. I don't specialize, by the way, in the witch trials in Germany. I have gone through the sources, but they seem to just go mad in the head one day.
They do go mad. And most of the witch trials, most of the witch executions happen in the 17th century. It's and in terms of like concentration, the greatest preponderance of them happen in the 17th century. The 30 Years' War basically creates this horrific landscape. I mean, everyone's traumatized. The 30 Years' War is in many ways as traumatizing experience, almost as traumatizing experience, maybe as World War I is. It is massively traumatic for people in Central Europe, because Central Europe basically becomes the gateway to the war, to the series of battles that go on for 30 years. And it's not just battles, it's famine, it's drought, it's disease spreads because of all of that. It is a horrific time. And so people are suffering from PTSD majorly. And that's not going to put anyone in the right headspace to judge anything accurately. And so instantly, people start looking for scapegoats. Why are things so bad? Oh, like, can't be the fact that the Swedes just marched through here, stole all of our food, and burnt everything to the ground while wreaking
Yeah.
violence on all of us. That can't be why things are bad. Nah,
Mm.
that's just a normal Tuesday. It must be those witches,
Mm.
right?
I always blame them anyway.
Yeah, that is the witch trial thing. Someone, I'm always open to respectful debate. I, like you, Philip, we are constantly learning, right? New sources. I'm constantly reading new things. I'm reading new primary sources. New sources are being published. So I'm constantly expanding my understanding of the past. So I have no problem with people respectfully disagreeing with me. If you start casting aspersions, I will stomp on you.
Yeah.
But, one of the things someone pointed out is that, yes, there weren't witch trials in the Middle Ages, mostly because they were categorized as heresy, right? So witchcraft was viewed as a form of heresy. So witchcraft might be the specific brand of heresy, but it was still considered a heresy. And so some witch trials of witches, shall we say, supposed witches, alleged witches, may be hidden under the guise of heresy.
Yeah.
Okay, that's fair. Yeah, sure. But it still doesn't mean that the Middle Ages are categorized by endless witch burnings. I will contend to my dying day that until you show me solid figures that happened, I will not believe you. Because you know what, Philip, you know what people want to say when the actual written record, or the archaeological record, the evidence doesn't actually support something. You know what they say? What is it? Oh, it's because those records didn't survive.
Yeah. God, what's the saying again? We actually do have something in the living history. Was it lack of evidence is lack of something? It doesn't mean lack of whatever. God, it's famous.
Right. Oh, yeah. Excuse me. Absence of evidence is not evidence of absence. That's it. That's it. Right. Right.
And sometimes, sometimes I'm like, oh well, that's a fair enough argument. But sometimes people are dressed as bloody, what was it called? All kinds of wild stuff in their kit, and I'm like, that doesn't justify what you're doing there. Stop.
Yeah. It can be frustrating. I always tell people I like to go where the evidence takes me. Right. That's where I prefer to go. And let me be clear, everyone. I'm not saying that the Inquisition was a party or that it was the right thing to do. But we have to understand it in the context of its time. We can't look at it the way we would look at something like that now. We are living in such a different world in certain ways. The way, I mean, it's just you can't even imagine and that's when I tell people, when I started, I was surprised to read multiple accounts of the not religious authorities, not even the secular authorities, but the townspeople coming after heretics, because they viewed what they in some cases the average person viewed what these people were saying as dangerous to their own safety, to their own security. They didn't want to see their world upended either by the dangerous things these people were saying. So it isn't just that the church, and then people say, well, the church brainwashed people. The church didn't have the power to brainwash people. At this point in the Middle Ages, that's just not how it worked. People can use their own logic and decide that something seems dangerous. They don't need to be told that necessarily.
It's interesting as well because somebody pops up with the bluebird, turns around and says, were men accused of being witches?
Yes.
Or was it only women? And it's very interesting because, and I also just want to comment back to a comment that was on earlier about dark magic and white magic. We're constantly focusing on dark magic, and dark magic is considered heresy, etc., etc. But there's also white magic as well that the Catholic Church actually is in favor of. What is white magic? White magic is when the easiest one actually to describe is when you're doing a Hail Mary to God, and during it you're producing positive white energy, and you're bringing that positive magic, as they were calling it, into the society. And then because you're bringing that positivity into society and producing and manifesting positivity into the community as a whole, it is seen as white magic. Ooh, Rachel's gone. Poor Rachel.
Yeah, no, I'm here. I'm
So
here.
you do have characters even into the late medieval period in Ireland referred to as was it Garold? Was it Garold, the wizard Fitzgerald? So you do have people referred to as wizards in Ireland, and white women. In the sources, in Irish sources, they're referred to as white women, and they're producing. Was herbs and medicine that cures people. They're producing prayers like ritual spells that are positive to the community. So they're seen as producing white magic for the community. And so there's in Ireland, I'm not talking about the rest of Europe, the Catholic Church, the church in Ireland sees this as a positivity. It's a good thing. So that's seen as white magic within the society.
Yeah.
So it's interesting when you're thinking about this, and this is produced by men as well. So you've got the likes of Garold, the Wizard Fitzgerald, who's also playing alchemy as well at the same time. So this is seen as all positive as a whole to the community because they're producing herbs and stuff that's making people's life a relief and much more
Right.
better within the community
Right.
as a whole. So you do have white magic, but you also have black magic as well.
Yep.
And so if we look at Ireland for an example, and we have, what was it, Garold, the Wizard Fitzgerald, we know men are involved with positive prayers, white spells, but also getting involved with herbs as well. So when we look over to Germany from an Irish perspective, there must be men in Germany, doing the same thing as well. So when we do look at the records, yeah, in fact, we do have men that are burned for witchcraft in Germany as well. So there must have been
not just Germany,
huh?
not just Germany. Remember in Iceland, Greenland, we talked about this. One of the last records of the Norse colony in Greenland in 1407 is that a man is executed. I think he's burned at the stake. He's executed for witchcraft, and he's condemned not because he's doing witchcraft in general. It's because he's accused of using that magic to seduce the wife of a neighbor.
Yeah,
so
you're right.
it's as much about the use of the magic as the magic itself. And that's if you start reading the records, you start realizing that until the later 15th century is kind of when the transition seems to happen, is in the 15th century. And I think it might actually be in consequence of the response to these what do they call, proto-Protestant movements that start arising. Right. There's an increasing insecurity on the level of faith and religion. And so that I think that starts opening the door to that kind of thing more. But there's lots of records of kings hiring magicians to perform good magic for them, to help them, to bring them, to heal them even. Charles VI, the Mad King of France, magicians are actually brought in because he's the one who has bouts of severe mental illness. For instance, he thinks he's made of glass, and that if he falls, he'll break into a million pieces and die. So his queen, I think, at the very least, his advisors bring in these magicians in the hopes that they will be able to save him with the kind of magic they can work, because their magic is Christian magic. Right. Their magic is magic that works with the power of the saints and with the power of Jesus. It's not, magic that calls on the power of Satan or the power of demons or whatever. So, that's, we can't, because usually if someone's being accused of witchcraft, it's not because they're not witches. And it's not just because that they're independent women who have independent thoughts that are that are somehow anti-establishmentarian. No. That's not why. It's because they're being accused of doing something wrong, specifically very wrong with their use of magic.
Yes.
So, and you're right. As if you start looking into it, you can almost always find an economic motive for a lot of these heresy trials that are about witchcraft, right? It's like, oh, the Templars were certainly not black wizards, right? Yeah. They were not. And yet they were some of the wealthiest, like their wealth and power absolutely rivaled the church. And not to mention any of the secular kings that were in power at that time. So it's just so convenient that they all were convicted of witchcraft and executed. And that meant that all of their goods could be confiscated. Oh, what a shame. Poor Knights Templar.
Yeah, because it's interesting. What was it called? That you bring up the Knights Templars because they're the first ones to start using. I'm not saying it was the Knights Templars themselves, but it's around the 11th century we see the evolution of the Hail Mary prayer, which in itself was seen
Right,
as white magic. Like you doing the Hail Mary prayer and
right,
concentrating and manifest, you're trying to manifest positive energy into society. That's seen as white magic. So the Hail Mary
right,
prayer that evolves in the 11th century and was done by the Knights Templars was seen as positive manifesting of white magic into the
right.
society. It's interesting how our language evolves and changes over time. That we don't look at prayers anymore as white magic.
Yeah.
It's interesting
Yeah.
that way. Like,
It is.
yeah,
It is. But if you think about it, as I was starting to really delve into all of this magic, witchcraft, medieval practices, and I started thinking, like, wait a minute, what is the difference between performing good magic, calling on the saints, and praying to the saint to do the thing for you?
yeah,
Like, what is, what is the distinction there? And it's such a fine distinction, and maybe the thing that someone could argue perhaps is the rituals involved, right? Like there's a difference between kneeling in front of the statue of a saint and crossing yourself and praying to the saint for intercession.
mm,
There's another thing. It's another thing if you perform a whole series of rituals that use arcane symbols and shapes that aren't approved or aren't taught by the religious authority, right? Like that might
yeah.
be the distinction.
Because it is interesting that you have the evolution of the holy what was it called, the Holy Mary prayer, Hail Mary, that's the bloody thing.
Yes,
uh the evolution of the Hail Mary prayer with the Knights Templars. Now I'm not saying the Knights Templars themselves evolved the Hail Mary prayer, but it's
they
interesting you
did
can
not.
watch the evolution of the Knights Templars, how they're doing the Hail Mary prayer, and then somebody's asking the question, well, if you can summon and manifest positive energy into the community, can you manifest negativity into the community? And it's
Right.
that thought strain. And it's interesting that it gets pointed at the Knights Templars, that if the Knights Templars have the ability to bring positive energy into the community, does the Knights Templars then have the ability to bring negativity into the community? And the French definitely start thinking about this and start looking at the Knights Templars in particular. Now, we know that it was all politically motivated by the King of France, but it's interesting
Yeah.
that we can watch the what was it called? How do I term this? The evolution of that thought process of going from, oh, well, we can produce manifest positive ideas into the community. Can we manifest negativity into the community? And it's not
Yeah.
just the Knights Templars that people look at over time, as we can see with the evolution of the world. By the time we get up to the 17th century, it's everybody's manifesting negativity in the community. Let's burn everybody in Germany, you
Yeah.
know? So it's interesting how evolution of both the words and our thought process, we can monitor and watch that evolution like.
Yeah, it really is. If you watch just looking at the 15th century, you can just see the shift, right? And
Yeah,
by the end of the 15th century, you have the Malea Maleficarum being published, which by the way, at the time, that's the hammer of witches. At the
yeah.
time, it was viewed as crackpot. So I want to be clear. It may have that document may have been published at the end of the 15th century. Everyone just thought that the author was clearly obsessed with women, had some kind of sex craze, was an infomaniac, and clearly had mommy issues. So
Mm,
no one took that document at face, or no one really did. And that doesn't really get picked back up again until the second half of the 16th century. The Malleus Maleficarum gets picked back up again. So even though it is a 15th century document, in its own era, it was viewed with a very jaundiced eye, shall we
mm.
say? But yeah, there's the question was, were the Knights Templar considered an army for hire? They were not. Effectively a mercenary army for hire. Is that how they got so rich? No, they got rich through banking.
Yes. Well,
They did
actually,
it.
it's complicated when you look at
Yeah,
it
I
from
mean,
a mercenary perspective, especially in Ireland. Because I actually did a presentation about this. This is where I can advertise my Patreon. Because right now on my
do
Patreon,
it.
I'm covering the Scottish War of Independence right now on Patreon. So if you're into the Scottish War of Independence, definitely head on over to my Patreon at Irish Medieval History. So I'll head on over there, and I do a presentation every Sunday night. It's around Irish time, around 9 p.m. I think it's much more later on. if you're over at, sorry, 10 p.m. 10 p.m. over in Ireland, and then I think it's around 6 p.m. over in New York. Anyway, regardless, what was it called? A few months back, you can still get the recording of it over my Patreon. I can't put it on YouTube anymore. They keep doing me for copyright issues right now, and also because my language on it is a bit too harsh. YouTube is very funny.
Are
Yeah.
they policing your? Oh wait, do you use words that are violent? Is that the problem?
Of course I do. It's on Patreon. I go wild.
Yeah.
When I try to keep it within certain habits. But regardless, I can go wild on Patreon, so you can pay for that as well. But I do presentations. Anyway, a few months back, I actually covered the Knights Templars. And what's very funny about the Knights Templars is both the Gaelic and the Anglo-Irish, the Normans, as we call it as well, could hire Knights Templars as mercenaries for them to be able to go from A to B. As in, what they would do is they would go up to Dublin or one of the Knights Templars accommodations or castles, and they would explain, hey, look, I want to go to pilgrimage to this pilgrimage site because I want to pray to God or whatever, but I need a company. I don't have the men to do it. Can I please hire some Knights Templars to go
Right.
with
So
me?
they were a protection detail, basically.
Yeah. So
which is I wouldn't call that mercenary, because that's like, mercenary is more political, right? I feel like that's just hiring a bodyguard, and that's good sense in the Middle Ages to hire a bodyguard.
But they were go on.
Go on. No.
But they were doing the job, the exact same job that the Seljuk Turks were doing, going from, what was it called, India all the way over to Constantinople. So if you wanted to travel from India to Constantinople, you would hire the Seljuk Turks to accompany you over there. And that was under the bracket. From my interpretation, Rachel, you can easily correct me on this one. From my interpretation, that's under the umbrella of mercenaries. So I would see it as much more complicated when looking at it from a European perspective, especially living in Ireland. When you wanted, let's say if you wanted to go to Jerusalem, you could hire the Knights Templars to go with you to, as a protection racket, to Jerusalem. Now, you can easily correct me on that one, Rachel.
I mean, I guess, so the problem is the word mercenary also does a lot of heavy lifting. And most people are going to misunderstand what that means. They're going to have a specific idea. So I guess I don't reckon private personal protection as a mercenary, because for me, mercenary is like someone who goes to war on your behalf, not someone who protects you on a journey. So I guess I don't, it's, you could say that they were a strong arm for hire maybe, but that doesn't, I haven't seen any evidence of them being hired to fight other, people's battles.
Unless it's religious.
Yeah, I mean, that's usually an inside job. Like, they do that voluntarily. But I think that the way they made most of their money is honestly their banking system, right? Like they are largely responsible for modern banking as we understand it. They're the ones who invented letters of credit. So, and the thing I think was intimidating about them is that they weren't really beholden to anyone king, right? Like they existed outside of that. And I'm confident that did not make the French king happy.
Yes. No, it did not.
But they had massive land holdings, because a lot of knights and noblemen joined the Knights Templar, and then when they died, they would actually bequeath their lands to the order. So just the same way that the church ended up with so much land, honestly, is because a lot of it was bequeathed by nobility when they, or merchants even, when they died. They would bequeath a lot of their property to the church. And so there's instances of people dying and bequeathing their lands and holdings and or assets to the order. So it's, you do that for let's see, 150 200 years, 200 years-ish, right? And eventually 200 plus years, and you accrue a lot of power and assets, and that's intimidating. And especially if you're somehow outside of the power structure, you're not viewed as being controllable. Wow.
That term as well is quite funny. Over in your chat, for some reason, it didn't pop up in the main chat, but your
Of course
chat
it
there
didn't. My goodness.
is saying the term y'all are looking for is men at arms.
Mm-mm.
That
No,
word is so
no.
funny.
Yeah, that's way too. So men at arms is way too general a term,
Yeah.
um, because that includes anyone who fights, basically. So
Mhm.
that's not so much men at arms is not so much specific to people who can be hired to be your protective guard, at least not in the 15th century English understanding of that term,
Yeah.
right? It's more kind of anyone who fights. So I wouldn't say that's actually an accurate term for someone who's hired to provide protective detail. I mean, that's a bodyguard. That's an
Yeah.
escort. That's an armed escort, basically.
Hmm. Yeah, you're right. Because I quickly looked up men at arms because I had
Yeah,
problems with I tripped over the term because I got asked the definition of men at arms with the Norman invasion of Ireland because it says in the retinue of Strongbow is that he's got about 20 knights, but then he's got like 200 men at arms. And then somebody
yeah,
asked me, what is the definition of a men at arms? And I was like, you know, that term is quite funny. And I just looked it up there as well. And God, it is a massive umbrella term as well. Because if you quickly scan down to in England, this is on Wikipedia, by the way, it's just to annoy Rachel.
I know it's
If
at least it's not Chat GPT.
yeah,
I'll take it at this
but if
point.
you go to Wikipedia and then you go down to the sub bracket that is in England, social status, the term men at arms is completely different in Anglo Norman society of England than it is in the 15th century under Sir John Hawkwood. You can correct me on that pronunciation. And then it changes again under Elizabeth the First. And
Yeah,
also, it's completely different during the Hundred Years' War as well. I think John. The problem is the administration of England breaks into two groups, which is the Hundred Years' War definition of what is men at arms, and then the mercenaries that are over in Italy at the same time. So the definition is very, very funny throughout the entirety of the medieval period, and that's England alone, by the way, that has different definitions of what is men at arms.
yeah. Yeah, words are funny. Words are honestly a poor substitution or a poor crutch for communication. If we could just be mind readers, we wouldn't need words anymore. Could all
Mm.
just be, yeah. It's some many wars may have been triggered because words were misunderstood.
Oh,
But
stop!
yeah,
Especially between the
yeah,
Mongolians and the Persians.
Jesus, yeah. When pride comes into play,
It was
but
a
that
few.
was that was an interesting thing when I was reading up on the Inquisition. Is that if you start looking at the trials that were being conducted, very often there's an economic motive involved,
Yeah.
or there's some kind of power motive involved.
Mm.
So you really have to be careful about deciding that it's all about controlling people's thoughts. You have to kind of sometimes you have to look more deeply to see what's going on. And then the Spanish Inquisition, I'm going to say this again, is a completely different ball of wax. The
Mm.
Spanish Inquisition is instituted in 1478, and it actually continues for 350 years. And
1478. God, that's so late. I
yeah,
didn't realize it was that
so
late.
late. Yeah. So
Yeah.
so like Castilla is sort of once the Reconquista really starts and the Christians start basically taking back the peninsula, conquering it back from the Moors,
Mm.
the Muslims, Castilla becomes relatively early on the largest polity amongst the various Christian kingdoms.
Mm.
And so Castilla is the kings of Castilla, of Castile, realize fairly early on that there is strength in diversity.
Mm.
And so they don't evict their Jews, they don't evict their Muslims, they don't force them to convert or even encourage them to convert. Really, they embrace the diversity, which means they get the benefit of all of these different faiths working together. The court of Alfonso el Sabio, Alfonso the Tenth of Castilla, he's an amazing king. He's one of these great philosopher kings. We need another Alfonso el Sabio.
Mm.
But he refuses to let an Inquisition. It's during his reign that the Inquisition starts popping up in places, and he refuses it. He says, no,
Mm.
just no. We neither need that nor want that here. Thank you. We're fine.
Mm.
And so it's not until Isabel la Católica, right, called that for a reason, becomes the queen regnant of Castilla, and she marries an equal zealot, Fernando of Aragon. And basically, they're the ones who ultimately unite Spain, and they're the ones who decide, yeah, you can't be Jewish or Muslim anymore if you want to live here.
Mm.
And so a bunch of Jews and a bunch of Moors, or a bunch of Muslims, actually leave. They get out of Dodge. First, they flee to Granada, which was still a kingdom at that time, the last Moorish kingdom of Spain. And well, unfortunately, that only lasts until 1492, which should be a significant year, and it is. That's not an accident that that's the same year that Christopher Columbus sets out.
Mm.
But they evict 1492. They evict the rest of the Muslims, but basically everyone is given a choice: convert to Christianity or leave.
Mm.
And so there are a lot of conversos, people who convert. Unfortunately, they are suspected of not having been true converts. Also, unfortunately for them, and this pops up, this becomes very clear if you start reading the records from the early Inquisition, the early Spanish Inquisition, it becomes clear that there is concern as to their economic influence because, as is often the case, the Jewish members of the community were very good at business.
Yeah.
And they were very good at earning money and shepherding money and making investments grow. And so they had a lot of economic power. And so there was concern about a preponderance of wealth in the kingdom being controlled by these converts whose loyalties were suspect and whose faith was suspect. And so that is why the Inquisition is actually formed. And it's actually formed in part of the reasoning is given that we don't feel safe with these Muslims and these former Muslims and these former Jewish members of the Jewish faith actually controlling this much of our kingdom's wealth and therefore power. Like it's all about you again. It's like I say, you got to trace it back to the power, right? You've got to follow the money. And I followed the money. And in the case of a lot of these, these conversos, the whole reason about the conversion was, well, we don't trust some other faith controlling those people and therefore the money and resources. And now that they're converted, well, convertees, well, we don't really trust them. So yeah, it was as much about the money as it was about, honestly, I sometimes wonder if the Jewish and Muslim members of residents of Spain in the 15th century had actually been the poor and uneducated. I do wonder if it would have even been a question at all.
It's interesting as well because that branch of Judaism in Spain and Portugal was unique to the rest of Europe.
Sephardic
Because
Jews.
I was about to say that I always butcher pronunciation of them. Thank God you said it for me. Every time I say it, it's like Sephardic Jews. I always butcher the pronunciation.
It is not a skincare shop. Sephardic.
Sephardic. They're so interesting because they have the way they branch off from the the Jerusalem branch down to Egypt and then over to Spain and Portugal is a really interesting adventure in itself. Eventually, a lot of them actually have to make their way through the Arab world and they pop up again up in the Ottoman Empire. And of course, like the Ottoman Empire can't wait to gobble them back into the community over there. Yeah.
Happy. They become like great pirate captains and leaders in the Ottoman army. Like Spain, honestly, Spain starts its own technological and economic downfall by evicting all of its Jewish and Muslim, the members of its Jewish. They basically got rid of this massive source of savvy, of acumen, of intellectual ability, of talent. And they basically gifted them to the Ottoman Empire.
Because they're very, very switched onto the politics and the economics that was going on in the Mediterranean. which made them very, very unique to the Jews that were in Italy and Germany at the time, which you could definitely tell me more about, because I'm quite ignorant to them, to be quite honest with you.
I really can't, because there weren't any left really by the time I was living there.
Oh yeah. I think most of them are in Vienna now, though, aren't they? That branch.
Yeah, actually, I mean, there were some Jewish communities had started to, well, some Jewish people had started to repopulate Germany, but not many. Mostly my exposure to medieval Judaism in Germany was going to medieval Jewish cemeteries and reading very sad signs.
Yeah.
So it wasn't so much about the way the faith was practiced. It was more, or signs like, there used to be a synagogue here. It was destroyed in 1322. Or there used to be a Jewish community here. It was burnt down in 1423 with everyone inside. And you're like, oh God, this is horrifying.
Because the one that's in Vienna today that was mostly in Italy and Germany is I apologize for this one, right? The Ashkenazi. Ashkenazi, yes, Jews. That's the branch there. And then the one in Spain and Portugal is and I'm going to butcher it again, the Sephardic Jews is the one. Sephardic Jews, I apologize for that one, is the one that's in Spain and Portugal. And it's the Sephardic Jews that have to immigrate over to the Ottoman Empire for protection because of what was going on in Spain and Portugal at the time. I had another question I wanted to bloody answer. I'll let Rachel elaborate on that one there, and I'll look for that question I wanted to bloody answer early on.
Oh, but which question was that? I mean, so another name that crops up in the context, especially that we're talking about Jewish pogroms, Torquemada. Some people were commenting in my live stream on the weekend about Torquemada and demanding how it is I could just ignore the impact of Torquemada. Well, Torquemada was the Grand Inquisitor and the first Grand Inquisitor in Spain of the Spanish Inquisition only. He was not like this pan-European figure who controlled all inquisitions, and he was only in power 78 to 94. So he wasn't even in power for 20 years. And he's such a horrible person. And this again shows that the church and members of the church had a sense of, we shouldn't actually like maim people and cause such suffering to people. He was such a horrible person that he was called to Rome 3 times to answer for his inhumanity. And his political connections were just so strong that even the Pope couldn't get rid of him until 1994. Or sorry, 1994, Jesus, 1494. Yeah, 1494.
Jesus, very medieval. Go on.
Long time, right? 1494, right? And which again shows that the Pope is not as all powerful in the Middle Ages and the 15th century as modern people think he was, right? So it took it, and Isabel and Fernando were alarmed at the amount of money Torquemada was sucking up into the Holy Office, his inquisitorial office, because he was going after so many people. So yeah, under Torquemada, and I was unable to actually find a reliable source for the figures under him. But he was prosecuting so many people that Isabel said, no, I want him gone. I want him gone. I want him gone. I want him gone. This is not useful. Because Isabel, la Católica, her confessor, her personal confessor, a confessor was basically, especially for someone like a queen, was basically your own private priest. And he was the person who heard her confession. And so her confessor was actually a converso, a bishop who was himself a convert from Judaism to Christianity. And so this also shows that Isabel was not suspicious of all converts to the point where her confessor was one. And so she was not in support of unwarranted extrajudicial persecutions and prosecutions, right? She was not in favor of that. And when she saw Torquemada going as far as she did, she wanted him gone, but she was told, no, we can't get rid of him. His connections are too strong. Eventually, he fell from power. Yay. And things got a lot less intense from there. And in fact, in 1500, a manual is published for the Spanish Inquisition. It's a policy and procedure. It's a
Mm.
it's a policy and procedure is published, and it actually states. I read the original language. It states that torture is an inadequate tool to extract a genuine confession. And it actually basically says, I meant to copy it down verbatim to read the whole thing, but paraphrasing, it says that we understand that someone being tortured will confess to anything. And so anything that people say under torture cannot be trusted. There's no point. There's no point. Right. So one of the Inquisition's primary tools for extracting confessions was self-confession, because they would basically issue this thing called an Edict of Grace. And as of the Edict of Grace, there were 30 days for anyone to come forward and confess to their own heresy. And the thing about the Edict of Grace is that if they confessed, they would be given these very mild punishments, like I mentioned: penance, have to go wear a yellow cross, go on pilgrimage, something like that. Nothing, not execution, not torture, not corporal punishment. So most people were self-confessing.
Okay.
And what's interesting in the records, when I started really digging into the records that I was able to find for the early years of the Spanish Inquisition, there was some really funny, it wasn't just heresy. The Inquisition investigated anything of a religious nature, including blasphemy. And the blasphemy was funny as hell, Philip. The things that these people were not executed. They were given penance. But the records of the blasphemy are hysterical. So a lot of people in Spain apparently like to game, they like to gamble, they like to drink. And when people drink, their judgment disappears, and also their filters disappear. And so a lot of these records are about men who were gambling drunkenly, who would say things like, to hell with Jesus, screw him, I want to win this bet. Like, they were getting so upset and in the moment that they were just, blaspheming left, right, and center, but it didn't reflect any belief. And so, there's these really funny things that are recorded as people having actually said them. So this is almost a way you can learn about how late 15th, early 16th century Spaniards cursed, because it's recorded in these records. And I can only imagine, and in this case, the people, it was usually the neighbors or the people present who would report the person who had said this. And I can just imagine these inquisitors, they did not have unlimited resources, despite Torquemada sucking down all that money. They actually, after that, their resources went way down. So they closed offices, and it was mostly one inquisitor and one investigator in an office, like writing records. So I can only imagine going through these reports and going, oh God, they said what? You know what? I don't care. He was drunk. He was gambling. Just forget it. We're not investigating that. But these are still part of the records, because the Spanish Inquisition is the best documented of all of the Inquisitions.
It's fascinating. Everything I have to say there, even the fact that they were even going out of their way to turn around and say, actually, torture doesn't really work that great. That's not the brainwashing and the propaganda we have today, where it's like, no, full steam ahead, torture all of them. God will recognize his own.
Most of the records of people being tortured are they're Protestant. They're 16th century Protestant propaganda. They are meant to and that propaganda was intended to rile people up to support the secular wars that were happening. Right? Like, no one talks about the way that the Protestants killed and tortured people also, right? We always focus on the Catholic Church, but no one talks about the deaths under Protestant governments and Protestant hands, the executions of Catholics, right? Like that's whatever. That's
Most people have run off the bed.
Oh, are they? Oh, good. I'm glad. Good. I'm glad I'm triggering conversation. Another interesting thing I learned in digging is that the inquisitors themselves and the church itself is absolutely forbidden from spilling Christian blood in these trials. So any form of torture had to be a non-bloody kind of torture. So stretching on the rack, for instance, or that strapato, I think it's called, where take someone's arms, bind them behind their body, and then lift them up by their arms backwards so that it like
Oh yeah.
dislocates their shoulder.
Yeah.
But there were also rules, and I'm not saying that's not horrible. It's horrible, but it isn't like some of the things the Protestants wrote as having happened did not happen.
Yeah.
It was not allowed. And there were also rules that you could only torture someone for 15 minutes and you could only do it once. But unfortunately, humans are humans, and there are assholes, and there are sadists everywhere.
Yes.
And so you would get these people, these inquisitors, who would justify continued torture by saying, "Oh, it's all part of the same session, right? It's been 4 days, but it's still one torture session."
Lovely.
So, which is why they had to start doing things like limiting the time that you could actually torture someone.
Yeah, it's funny. What was it called? Somebody was saying there about were there black people in medieval Europe? I know Othello was black. So what evidence other than Othello do we have of black people being in Europe? And it's interesting we are talking about Spain. Because Spain is actually between both the African realm and the wider European realm as well. And you can see that throughout the entirety of the medieval period, because at the time, you have the Caliphate who occupied large parts of the Iberian Peninsula at the time. And the Iberian Peninsula is such an interesting realm throughout the entirety of the medieval period, because you have these little bastard little kingdoms appearing. When I say bastard, I'm not being cheeky about it. They're kind of just makeshift little forts built. And within it, they're like a makeshift of both Christians and Muslims living under the one fortification, living together and living in a very, I hate saying it today because we think of it from a modern perspective, but very multicultural society that we're not just multicultural in a religious sense, but also multicultural ethnically as well, because you have constant immigration from both Europe and from both the Middle East and Africa going into the Iberian Peninsula at the time, and was very much under Caliphate administration, which at the time was very, very sophisticated and insanely advanced. You also had constant movement of the Mediterranean Sea going around the Iberian Peninsula as well. So the Iberian Peninsula, very space age at the time. It's not a dark age like a Conan barbarian or a dark age whatsoever.
No.
You're dealing with some of the people that have some of the most advanced maths in the world. And you can see it even the way that buildings are constructed at the time. Very elaborated stairs and everything at the time.
Yeah, God. Have you ever been to the Alhambra? Have you ever been there? Oh my God. Yeah. The Alhambra is like one of my favorite places on earth, especially when there's no other people there. Nice. Yeah, I mean, it feels like a fairy tale palace, but it's a real palace in which real people lived. And it was built in the 10th century, right? Or the 9th century originally, and then expanded. So 10th century. So yeah, Spain, when people ask me, people probably ask you this too, Philip. I think they have in this chat, this series actually.
Yeah, probably.
If you could travel back to the Middle Ages, where would you go? Well, I wouldn't, but if I had to, like I had no choice, you're going back. Yeah. I would want to be sent back to medieval Spain, but specifically I would want to be sent to one of the like Granada in its heyday, because whether you're talking about the Christian side of that divide or you're talking about the Muslim side of that divide, those places that Spain, all of those polities, especially the further south you go, the more Muslim you get, honestly. They're so advanced. They've got sewage, they've got running water, they've got paved streets, they've got hot baths everywhere, and everyone uses them. They're peaceful. The property crime and violent crime rates are super low. Education, people are educated, right? Diversity is encouraged. Music is played. Poetry is written and recited. Some of the most interesting music from medieval Europe comes from Spain, from the court of Alfonso el Sabio, the king of Castile, who also said no Inquisition, please. He orders the compilation of, among many books that he orders, the Cantigas de Santa Maria, which is a collection of 422 songs that are ostensibly in praise of the Virgin Mary, but in many cases, the thing that's praising the Virgin Mary is some crazy folk story that just somehow they tie the Virgin Mary into it. So it's these like the dancing pork chop is a Cantiga de Santa Maria. But one of the amazing things about this music is if you listen to this music, as someone who has no experience with historical music whatsoever, if an average person were to listen to it, they would think that's Middle Eastern music, because that's how complex it is. That's how varied and nuanced it is. The phrasing is just really dynamic and interesting. The time signatures are different and interesting. It's not like music is in this era in the rest of Europe. And yet that's because the court of Castilla under Alfonso a Sabio was this wonderfully, beautifully diverse place. He actually wrote this book of games, and it provides the instructions for games. And one of them is a depiction of 3 men playing chess. Well, 2 of them are playing chess and 1 is observing. And it depicts intentionally a Christian, a Jew, and a Moor. And by the way, that Moor is depicted as being sub-Saharan African, not just tan. He is very clearly sub-Saharan African. So that question about, were there Black people in Europe? Yes. Depending on when and where you were in medieval Europe, there were Black people. Were there large populations? Depended on where you were. There were larger populations of them in Spain for certain, and in Portugal.
Yeah, we kind of get into this discussion as well when it comes down to medieval Dublin in the 10th century as well, because the word Far Goram pops up, which is African people. But the problem is that Africa has so many ethnic groups. And on top of that as well, because when you're saying Black people, I know you're talking about people from West Africa. Somebody from West Africa, I get this question a lot, go from West Africa all the way up to Dublin, especially when you have literature that turns around that says, Dublin is too cold. I don't like Dublin. So why would somebody from a very comfortable part of Africa suddenly wake up one day and says, I want to move to Dublin. I'm going to live in Dublin. But he especially doesn't have to. You do have the word Far Goram that does pop up. And you do have explorers going up and going, I wonder what Dublin is like. And then suddenly rocking up in the 9th century in the Great Hall, which is modern day Dublin Castle. What were they doing there? Well, they're there. They're kind of these weird anomalies. But at the same time, you are correct in saying that it wasn't every single person in West Africa waking up one day and saying, okay, let's have a big, massive migration up to Dublin. But at the same time, we do have to admit that there is anomalies where people are waking up one day and saying, I'm going to be an explorer from West Africa. I'm going to find out exactly where this trade route goes all the way from West Africa up to Dublin. So you do have anomalies that pop up in the literature, and you do have words like Far Goram, African people rocking up. But at the same time, it is a fair argument to turn around and say it's a bit slightly wild to suddenly wake up one day and say, I'm going to immigrate all the way up to Dublin during the medieval period. So we kind of have a mix of both, don't we, Rachel?
Well, we do, but we also have DNA, right? We also have DNA in England, for instance, from a very shockingly early time. So from recently, like I said, they've been testing bones from all over England, the United Kingdom, not just England, but the United Kingdom in general, from cemeteries dating back in some cases 1,500 years. So we're talking about that transitional period from the Roman Empire having been, Britain having been part of the Roman Empire, to the invaders, the invaders who come from, the Germanic invaders, basically. So in that they've tested bones from a cemetery from the early 6th century. And this is from a village that's in Sussex, in Sussex, in England. So not far from London, but not London. It's out. It's by 6th century standards, it was far enough away from London that it would have been a journey to reach London. And yet, in this cemetery, they found several different skeletons with DNA markers that absolutely pinpoint them as being West African. And in one of them, it was their grandmother. It's been a while since I read this article. It was either their grandmother or their grandfather who was the person of West African heritage. So That's the 6th century. Now, I could absolutely see that those individuals would have easily come to Britain, Britannia, as it was called under the Roman Empire. They could have come to Britannia as part of being part of the Roman Empire, right? Which interacted with Black Africans on a regular basis, courtesy of, basically controlling all of Northern Africa. So I could absolutely see that either as slaves or at some other route, people with very dark complexions ending up in England via the Roman Empire routes, but it's there, it's in the DNA. So by the way, you have some real inbreds in your chat today,
I
Philip.
was actually thinking the exact same thing.
You have
I
some
can't find
real
their comments. I'm actually hoping they pop up again so I can actually block them. Ask him if I was
unfortunately,
inbred or not.
wait, maybe I can get rid of them.
Do you
Maybe
think
not.
it's from your side?
Oh no, it's
I
paired,
can't.
so it's your side. Yeah, it's a
Yeah, I
paired
can't
channel.
find their comments on my side. So
yeah, it's probably because it's gotten buried. Unfortunately, all I can see are occasional comments from your side, and only
yeah,
occasional. It's not consistent in any way.
yeah.
But other evidence of Black people in Europe. We have, if you're specifically talking about Black people, we know that in Italy, by at least the 14th century, there were Black people, not just Moorish people, not tan people, Black people. They start actually cropping up in depictions in art, but in art depicting real people, not like Saint so and so who's from Africa, therefore they're depicted as Black. I mean, like real people, like servants and domestics. But they also crop up in the accounts, in expense accounts, because unfortunately they're often slaves. They also crop up in orphanage records. So I actually found in Florence from the early 15th century a record of a Black slave, and he's referred to as Black, like Nero. He's called Black, not Moorish, not tan, not dark, none of that. He is called Black. And he actually takes his baby and turns it in at the orphanage, one of the local orphanage. I forget which of the orphanages it was. I think the Hospital of the Innocents, actually, but it's been a little while since I read this account. And the baby is also recorded as being Black and of a Black mother. This is the accounts from the orphanage itself, the original accounts, not someone's interpretation, the original accounts. I have read them. And the reason that this man would have turned his baby in at the orphanage, it was actually, I read an essay on why, because in that era, in Florence, the rank of your father determined your station, not your mother's. So he was a slave. The father was a slave. So he knew if he surrendered his baby at the orphanage, not only would that baby have probably a pretty good life, because orphanages at that point were well funded and viewed their mission very seriously, but that baby would be a free person. The baby would not be a slave. The child would be raised as a free person and would have a shot at actually climbing the socioeconomic ladder. And that's one of several such accounts from this specific orphanage in 15th century Florence. So we know that at the very least in 15th century Florence, there were Black people, and there were enough Black people that they were having babies that were Black. So, does that mean it was the majority of the population? No, I'm not saying that. But I'm also saying that it was enough of a part of the population that it appears in records.
Yeah, it's interesting. All right, like we seem to forget. Like some other people are saying, there, like, oh, does Ireland have a medieval period, or does Africa exist with their Black people? But like, you literally open a map and you can see Africa, poof, right there, and you can see Ireland right there. But yet, because for years and years and years, people focused so much on medieval England and France, and then on top of that, sprinkled nationalism on top of that, where only. What was it? We like, people look at 15th century England and they see the British Empire fighting the French Empire during the 100 Years' War in the Napoleonic style war, and that's not the truth. That's not how the 100 Years' War even functioned.
Not at all.
So And like even on top of that, even during the Hundred Years' War, the Iberian Peninsula plays a huge part in it. But and so does the Holy Roman Empire. But
Yep.
because we look at the 15th century through a romanticized England versus French perspective,
Yeah.
we very, very quickly forget that continents like what was it, Africa existed, or realms like Ireland existed as well, because it kind of burst the bubble of this weak
Well, and
history.
that
Go on.
right when the idea that someone said a while ago, I don't know, 2 hours ago, maybe at this point. Anyway, they commented that there was no Middle Ages in
Mm.
Ireland. I mean, maybe depending on, if you define the period of medieval as between the eras, and in this case between the era of the Roman Empire and the modern world, well, Ireland is still part of
Yeah.
that. because there is still, Rome is still part of Ireland's history, even though it wasn't officially part of the Roman Empire. Rome played a big part in influencing
Massively.
the situation in Ireland, and God knows, Roman Christianity was massive in Ireland
The
early
fashion, everything
on.
completely changes.
And
From
then,
archaeological digs that we have, all the pottery completely changes in Ireland, going from what was it called, 300 AD, all the way up to 550. We
right,
have an entire period referred to as the Hiberno-Roman finds. So every single
right,
time that we find something in Ireland, it is definingly influenced by what was it called,
yep,
Roman Britain. Like literally, they're just brought over, and it's a part of the Hiberno-Roman finds, because obviously there's changes and alterations made to the pottery that
right,
make it different to what you see in Britain. But you can clearly see that they're brought into Ireland, and then from there they're altered from
right,
there. Like let's say if you got a hold of a pot, somebody would be like, "Oh, I'm going to paint this differently" or something. Those are the alterations that make it differently. But at the same time, Rome has a massive influence from around the, give or take, around the definitely around the second century. You can see those influences become more
right,
and more and more apparent inside of Ireland. That by the time you get up to the period of Saint Patrick, the fifth, what was it? Yeah, the fifth century. What was it called, when Saint Patrick is brought over? Ireland is 100%. If you were to go back in time and say, okay, so what's the difference between this Roman Britain that's under Roman occupation, and what's the difference between this Irishman who at the time is wearing Hiberno-Roman clothing? I guaranteed you wouldn't be able to tell the difference. You couldn't tell the difference between the two, because Ireland is so influenced by Rome because of trade,
right.
raiding, and also there's one other thing that I bloody keep forgetting. But regardless, there's massive influences coming from Britain into Ireland at the time. So yeah, being able to tell the
Right.
difference between the two would be very, very difficult.
Right. And so, for my money, that sounds like
Yeah,
a middle
that's it.
age. um, now, granted, I could absolutely, knowing what I now know about Irish history, thanks to our collaboration, um, I would say that maybe in Ireland's case, it kind of goes in
Yeah.
reverse, right? The rest of Europe, the Justinianic plague happens, and then it takes a while for people to get
Mm.
back on their feet. In Ireland, it's like it almost seems to rebound pretty quickly, and and Ireland has this golden era, as we've talked
Ireland
about, right?
is so
And
weird. Yeah.
then things start to go downhill with the
Yeah.
English and the Normans coming in and
Yeah.
just creating havoc, right? So I feel like it's like the reverse of what maybe it feels to me anyway. I don't know,
Oh,
what's your
100%.
impression? Because I feel like, for Ireland, like its best time was the
Yeah, the early
first
medieval
millennium.
period. It's so weird because we have the Justinian plague, and it's like
Thanks.
as the Justinian plague is happening, we're still running and adapting. So the easiest sign is the development of cities, for example. As I was saying earlier, Ireland is left to all
Right,
this development from books and various other stuff, and they're looking at Europe, and they're kind of giving their interpretation. And one of the interpretations of that is, what is a city? Because we know what a city is from a Roman
right,
perspective. It's the center point of civilization. So the Irish are looking at their
right,
islands, and they're just like, okay, so we have to build one of these things called a city. But at the same time, we have the Justinian plague. So the Irish cannot live amongst each other, or they'll make each other sick and they'll die. So they're like, okay, so we'll build
right,
a center point in Ireland, which is the monastic settlements in Clonmacnoise. So that's considered, the Irish call that a city. They're just like, well, that's a city. city, isn't it? What do we need for to define it as a city? Well, all the roads need to go to Clonmacnoise. Yeah, we'll build a whole load of wooden paths. They build wooden roads from their various settlements to Clonmacnoise, and we need a centre point. So they build a church in the middle of it, and they go, "Hey, presto, there we go. That's a city, isn't it?" That's the Irish perspective of what is a city. So it becomes a monastic settlement. So where does everyone else live? Well, everyone else is given land scattered all over the place called ring forts. So they start building ring forts all over the island, these little tiny ring forts with farm on it. So the majority of the people are living outside of what are now called a city. Now, from a modern perspective, to make the conversations easier, we call them monastic settlements. But at the time, do not be mistaken on this, in the 6th century, when the Justinian plague is happening, what was it called? The Irish are calling Clonmacnoise, that's the city. That's our version of the Roman Empire right there. That's Rome to us. That's Clonmacnoise. And that's built, like they build a high cross in the middle of it while this plague is happening. And we have Diarmuid MacCurbal, who becomes the last Christian. What was it? Sorry, no, the last pagan. He's the last pagan high king.
Pagan king.
So he becomes the last pagan high king, and he converts to Christianity. Now, if you're reading the literature at the time, it could be down to the fact of he's afraid the pagans will sacrifice him. So the Justinian plague is coming in, and the pagans are just like, well, we need to sacrifice people now. And the Christians are just like, well, if we pray to God, it'll go away. So Diarmuid MacCurbal, my understanding of the literature, Diarmuid MacCurbal was probably thinking to himself, I'll hide with the Christians, I'll convert to Christianity, and that way I won't get sacrificed by the pagans. That's my interpretation. No, the pagans kill him anyway. He, what was it called? He converts to Christianity, becomes the last, what was it called? Pagan king. Starts building Clonmacnoise. And then he goes to one of the assemblies and they ambush him and they give him the three-folded debt. So they sacrifice him anyway.
Jesus. God. Jesus. Humans, man. Humans come up with the worst things.
So
they really
he
do.
ends up getting sacrificed to the pagan gods anyway.
Yeah. So, so a middle age, a medieval period, now that when people say, oh gosh, that's just so medieval, right? It has such a pejorative sound to it, but it doesn't have to mean something bad. It just means an era between two other eras. It doesn't mean that it doesn't have to mean it was a bad time. It's the Victorians actually, let me see, who quoted the term medieval, because that's different than Dark Ages. I'm pretty certain it was the Victorians who started talking about, it's the French Enlightenment thinkers who start using the term medieval like it is. It's the Enlightenment thinkers. They're the ones who start using the term medieval like it's a pejorative term, like it's a slur. Right. So they're the ones who create that sense of medieval equals backwards, superstitious, and merciless, when the reality is that the medieval world was actually a lot more merciful than the early modern world was. And I mean the modern world up until the end of the 19th century.
Why was France so anti-medieval? I can understand why England...
Oh, the Enlightenment thinkers. I mean, the Enlightenment thinkers, right? By the 19th century, you've got all of the people who either participated in the French Revolution or are descendants, relatively recent descendants of people who participated in the French Revolution. So France has some weirdnesses happening in the 19th century. They've got this love-hate relationship with the monarchy, because they'll go through periods of getting rid of their monarch and then bringing them back. And then they've got Napoleon, and they've got no monarch, then they've got Napoleon, then they've got a monarch, then they've got no monarch, then they've got another Napoleon, then they've got another monarch, then they've got another Napoleon, and then they decide on a commune, and then they have another republic. Like, there's some republics in there too in between that phase. So they keep having this love-hate relationship with having some monarchical like leader, and that so they've got issues, capital I, in the 19th century.
I'm going to thank everybody that's supporting the channel right now. Thank you so much for the donations to the channel. I think Rachel, you got a bit there. I don't understand when people send 200 jewelry and all that stuff, how much that will convert over.
The jewels, the jewels. It's like a tip. I think it might be like a cent each. I haven't broken down what the actual, but it's basically a way that people can support us in a more granular fashion.
Yes.
I'll put it that way.
But thank you so much for all the donations to the channel. That makes so much to us. And
yeah. Sorry, if I haven't been thanking people, it's because the gremlins aren't letting me know. I can neither see what wonderful things you all are saying, nor can I see what wonderful things you might be doing for Philip and me, because the gremlins.
Just reading this one there. Really enjoyed this. Dad of 5 just preparing home whilst being educated and entertained. Thank you so much, guys. And thank you so much for all the support so far, guys. It means so much to us. And obviously, it's so good for our algorithm as well. So thank you so much, guys, for all the support today. As myself and Rachel were just talking, we ended up talking about medieval Spain. So if you have any questions to do with medieval Spain and Portugal or the Iberian Peninsula as a whole, definitely comment below and we'll answer your questions to do with medieval Spain. We've been mostly covering the Inquisition, what was it called? Burning of heresy, especially off the So we started off with the Cathars they're around the 11th century, isn't it? They start to build up.
Yeah, so the Cathars, they get their kickoff in the 11th century, and then they hit their heyday in the 12th/13th century. And, that's kind of when they really seriously come to the attention of the church authorities, because they're reaching numbers that are large enough that it's getting potentially disruptive, and they're attracting a lot of people. And even the church agreed at the time with one of their key points was that the church and church institutions had lost the path of Jesus, right? By the 12th century, they had become so powerful and so wealthy, specifically wealthy, that they were no longer walking the path of Jesus's, humble poverty, that they had lost the thread, basically. And what's interesting is that despite but the Cathars are more than that. I'd like to make it clear. Look up Catharism, watch some lectures on Catharism, and be amazed at the weird things they devised for themselves in terms of the nature of the universe. But the church actually apparently did take away a good lesson from that. They realized we need to actually try to get back to the message of Jesus. And so this is actually the time when the Dominicans and the Franciscans are founded. And they're the mendicant orders, right? These are the orders that are supposed to, that were founded specifically to live a simple life of faithful, humble poverty. St. Francis of Assisi. And so they are kind of their reaction to the Cathar movement. And in my opinion, a good one. I love the Franciscans. They're awesome. And, that is a counter reaction. They're also then, in a consequence of being this mendicant order that is supposed to help the church return to its pious and pure origins, they also are then entrusted with the Inquisition. So they're the ones who get put in charge of the Inquisition. But that's probably also why it is nowhere near as bad as people now think it was, because it's these people who are in charge, the people who joined the Dominicans and the Franciscans joined knowing that it was going to be it was not going to be a life of luxury in a monastery, right? So.
Quite complicated indeed. Hello, everybody who's jumped in and joined us now. We're just talking about medieval Spain for the time being, in particular the Inquisition, and everybody who has gone off to bed. Good night. Hope you guys have an amazing rest of the week.
Yeah, sleep well, everyone. Sleep well for those just joining. Yeah, and I think one of the most frustrating things for me, Philip, talking about medieval Spain, is that people think the Inquisition was a key feature of medieval Spain, when, as we've been discussing, it wasn't.
I think earlier the lads were saying before they went off to bed is when you think of medieval Spain, you always think of that one quote from Monty Python: "They never expect the Spanish Inquisition." Right. Yeah, you're right. But as you were,
and guess what? They were right. In medieval Spain, they couldn't have.
But it's funny as well because a large amount of that does come from English propaganda, and also, as you were saying there as well, French
Yeah.
propaganda later on that's trying to rewrite medieval history as being dark, black. Everyone's running around with mud faces on, when actually that's not the
Yeah.
case at all during this medieval period, a transition period going from the
Not
ancient
at all.
world into the modern world. That in fact it's not a kind of sudden dip into the dark age, then in fact it's a growing pain where you go up and down. Sometimes you have a whole load of bleakness, like after the Black Death, but then suddenly you
Right.
have a renaissance again, a kind of rebirth cycle happening again. So it's not a case of just sudden black and bleakness throughout the entirety of the medieval period. That's more like how the Chinese are advertising their medieval period. There's just a transition. And in fact, there's even points where you have
Yeah.
golden points where, you're pretty much walking around like it's a bloody space age. Like, for example, if you were to look at the Holy Roman Empire under Maximilian, the man's going around with space age armor, So there, yeah.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
So
Yeah. His armor workshop was
mm,
amazing. Yeah.
So it is much more complicated than what we first perceive. And you can even see that during medieval Spain as well, Spain and Portugal, where you've got these people going around with these space age mats. Like the mats that are produced in Iberian Peninsula at the time is absolutely fantastic, absolutely brilliant. So for a lot of stuff that's happening
Yeah.
in the Iberian Peninsula is the exception to what's happening, for example, in France and England at the time, for sure.
But I think that's key that we distinguish between the secular and the religious world. And the irony of what I'm about to say is that in most parts of medieval France, most times in medieval France, medieval England, what's now Germany, what's even now Italy, most of the people there were people who were indeed philosophizing about
Mm,
metaphysics, about physics, about math, about um, aerodynamics, even people who were inventing, but they were all members of the church. They were all monks who were in isolated monastic communities generally. What they were researching, philosophizing, developing wasn't really getting out into the greater world because they were doing this in like their own private, isolated
mm,
R&D departments. Whereas in Spain, the difference is that these discoveries are being encouraged at
mm,
the state level. They are being funded at the state level. That intellectualism is being actively promoted. And it's not that it was. I don't mean to say it was being discouraged in the other parts of Europe. That's not what I mean. But because medieval Spain, the medieval
mm,
Iberian Peninsula, was so affluent and so well placed and so advanced and had such fantastic infrastructure that they could afford to focus on those more esoteric, more intellectual aspects of intellectualization because they didn't have to worry
mm.
about pure survival. They pure survival wasn't an issue. Whereas there are many parts of medieval Europe, depending on the place and time, where survival was just the
Mm.
name of the game. Right.
Somebody else asked me yesterday as well, what was the connection between Spain and Ireland during the medieval period? It's interesting because Ireland and Spain have and this is also feeds back into what people were saying earlier about Ireland having no medieval history. The problem is that we also look at it from an
Yeah.
English perspective. But it's interesting that during the medieval
Right.
period, Ireland and Spain had a book that was written in Ireland called the Laura Gaharan, which is called the Milesian legend, that actually believed that Spanish people had during the what was it called, the Bronze Age Ireland, 2,000 years ago from the Spanish and Irish perspective. You had groups of Spanish people that immigrated over to Ireland, which are called the Milesians. So it was believed that the Spanish and the Irish were kind of the one people in many ways. And those people would eventually go off and become the Gaelic, right? What was it called? Rachel had also talked about this as well, is that you actually have pilgrims from Spain then that would go over to Ireland as well, doing pilgrimage.
Yep.
Rachel, you don't mind expanding a little bit onto the pilgrimages from
Uh,
Spain over
Yeah,
to
the
Ireland? Yeah.
pilgrimage, yeah. So this, again, you asked me to look into medieval Irish clothing, so I did. And this was one of my discoveries, reading through primary sources, that I didn't even know this was a place, but now I do. St. Patrick's Purgatory is a long time and famous pilgrimage site, still to this day in Ireland. I believe people are still making pilgrimages there. And in the Middle Ages, it was also a very popular pilgrimage location internationally. So people from all over Europe were making their way to Ireland, to St. Patrick's Purgatory, which is up there in the north. It is not in England-controlled Ireland in the Middle Ages. It's in Gaelic Ireland, right? So, this idea, again, of Ireland being all isolated, there were numerous pilgrims from all over Europe making their way to St. Patrick's Purgatory. And in the 1390s, a Catalan viscount, from Catalonia, Ramon de Perellos, goes on pilgrimage from Catalonia. We'll call it Barcelona for those who are, maybe don't know Catalonia as well as I do. He goes up to St. Patrick's Purgatory and he writes a travel vlog. So he actually talks about his adventures there, and he talks about being in the court of the King of Tyrone, right? And he discusses the way people are dressed. He talks about how they're all naked except for all these clothes they're wearing. So, and he talks about the hospitality. And so, it's evidence that not only did people make pilgrimages there, but they were given, that good old traditional Irish hospitality, right? And so there's lots of interactions between the Irish and people from all over Europe in this era. But for certain, at least this one Spaniard, well, he was, okay, I'm sorry. I know he's not a Spaniard, he's a Catalan. So Philip, don't ever call someone from Catalonia a Spaniard. But this gentleman from Catalonia, from the Iberian Peninsula, anyway, he ends up up there in Ireland. So, how tight of a set of connections does that make it? Well, I mean, that's certainly not an embassy, right? He's not representing the Count of Barcelona or something like that. He's just there as a private individual, So, and that legend you talked about, the origin legend. So I wonder if that is actually recalling the fact that the Celts, as they spread all over Europe, they did settle in Galicia. So if you go to Galicia to this day, people there look different than they do in the rest of Spain. Even though obviously since then there's been a lot of blending, right? But their culture, they share a lot of similarities with Brittany, which is also a Celtic corner of France. And so but we're talking ancient Celtic, right? We're not talking medieval Celtic, which we're not even going to argue about that, but we're talking like 500 BC. Or earlier, like one of the earliest migrations of the Celts across Europe. That's what we're talking about. So that legend could be referencing some kind of understood or known kinship there.
I'm so terrible. You see, you can tell now this is where it goes outside my field of expertise, because I don't specialize in, I'm not linguistic even to start with, but I especially don't understand the development of language in Galatia. And I don't know how, when you have a merchant from Cork, where I'm from, going down to Galicia in northern Spain to trade with those locals, like there must have been a very close relationship between the two, because that trade never breaks. There's never a point where you stop traders going from Cork all the way down to northern Spain. It just doesn't stop. So that continues throughout. So I don't know how the language changes and develops in that area throughout the entirety, not just going from the Iron Age Ireland, but then going into early medieval Ireland. I don't know how that language develops, and I don't know how they're communicating. And I don't even know if academics are aware.
There's no similarities. There's no similarities. Gallego is a Romance language. Now, it certainly may have influences of the Celtic peoples who were there before the Romans arrived. But Gallego, as it's spoken now, is absolutely 100%. A Romance language. So there would have been zero mutual intelligibility in the Middle Ages. less like
Yeah, but
super zero.
they had to have communicated. So I'm just wondering, like, how were they
Oh, yeah.
communicating?
They probably, so the lingua franca in that
Yeah,
era was Latin.
yeah, you're right.
So, they, yeah, it was Latin. So, they probably, port towns always have people
Yes.
who can translate, right? Port throughout history,
Hmm.
not modern history full stop. Port towns have always ended up with bilingual,
Hmm.
shall we say, natively bilingual people who have a parent who's from local and a parent
Yes.
who's not, and they speak both languages. So that's kind of been the way throughout history that the initial communication happens. But also people who are merchants, like serious merchants who travel, or
Hmm.
ships captains who travel a route really often, they tend to pick up the language
I was
of the
just thinking that as
ports
well.
to which they
Yeah.
often travel. Yeah, it's not humans, contrary to what Americans believe, you can actually learn a language at any age. And if necessity
Yes,
demands
you
it,
will.
you will. You will. Will you sound like a native speaker after a certain age?
Hmm.
Probably not. But that doesn't mean you can't learn
Yeah,
enough
that's
to
very true.
communicate. So probably I'm going to assume, actually, considering which of those two polities was the wealthiest, and or regions was wealthier and more powerful, the Iberian
Hmm.
Peninsula is. I mean, it just is.
Oh yeah.
There's there's no arguing that it is. So probably it would be the Irish, maybe, who would have learned in the ports, who would have learned Gallego, or
Yeah.
whatever form of Gallego they would have been speaking at that time.
Yeah, I think you're bang on right because you can see that
But
relationship when the
but
Spanish
but
are
they may have also used Latin. It's a
yeah,
possibility. They may
yeah.
have used a very broken and Ciceroian
Well,
Cicero
that's
Cicero. I
we
don't know what the adjectival form of Cicero is,
you
but
have that
yeah,
famous example. Obviously, I know other examples with Hugh O'Neill talking to the Spanish in Spanish and Latin, but you also have that very famous example as well from Grace O'Malley. Do you remember Grace O'Malley went to see Elizabeth? She was talking in Latin. She
yeah,
couldn't talk in English. It
yeah,
was Latin.
yep,
So yeah, you're bang on
yep,
right with that one.
yep. And obviously, your average farmer isn't going to
Yeah.
speak Latin. But if you are the captain of a ship, if you are the head of a mercantile enterprise, then probably you are going to have maybe some amount of Latin in order to be able
Yeah,
to
for
communicate.
sure.
So,
Here's one off Bluebird there. I'm not sure if I'm going to read this correctly or not, but Rachel can correct me anytime. Many old stone structures might fall to ruin or be, what
mm,
was it called, repurposed into new
repurposed.
or different
Yeah.
buildings. What identifiable architectural feature might show up in one of these new buildings?
Oh, yeah. You know what the most common one is from ancient buildings to
Yeah, go on.
medieval buildings?
Oh
Columns.
yeah, yeah.
The columns, because especially columns are usually
Hmm.
built segmentally. Most people don't realize that, but the columns that were built in the ancient world, in Greece, what is now Greece,
Hmm.
what was the Greek, the Hellenic states back then, and even in Rome, most columns were not carved out of one solid piece of granite or one solid piece of marble. They were actually built in segments, and then the segments carved in segments, and then the segments were assembled. So it's really easy to take those segments apart and then use those segments in the walls or floors of new buildings. So a lot of churches around the Mediterranean, the really old churches,
Hmm.
you actually can, if they're not plastered or where the plaster is worn away, you can often see ancient Greek and ancient Roman column discs
Hmm.
in the walls and in the floors. And there's a case you'll find this interesting, Philip. There's a case of a church in Kaiserslautern, Germany. It's a small church, but it's a medieval church. And they were renovating it. At this point, it's been a couple of decades ago. So they had to pull up the floor. The floor had been paved with stones, with large stone slabs.
Oh,
And
yeah.
one of the slabs was the epitaph, the gravestone, basically, for a priest who'd been interred in the church floor. They pulled the stone up, and on the reverse side of this gravestone was an ancient Celtic warrior carved into
No
it
way.
with spear and shield, dating to like the 5th century BC.
Jesus.
And so, yeah, and it's pretty big. I mean, it's me big. It's big. It's a big slab of stone. So, very clearly it was probably out in the woods, I'm going to assume at that point, because, the Celts, that civilization got absorbed into the Roman civilization in that part of Germany specifically. And so, gosh knows this carving probably was out in the woods. They encountered it when they were building, and they're like, well, we can't just let this beautifully hewn slab of rock go to waste. So the backside is clean. Let's use that. So you actually see that Germany that are where the Celts settled. You see a lot of that recycling of ancient Celtic stonework, masonry. The Celts didn't really leave so much in the way of architecture as such, because they tended to do earthworks, and that doesn't last so long. But they did carve things into stone for decorative purposes, so that's good. So those end up recycled into church floors, for instance. What does anything? I've never really heard of very much getting recycled in Ireland, probably for the same reason that the earlier stuff was mostly earthworks.
And you've got medieval walls and stuff that ends up merging with local buildings and stuff these days.
Right, yeah. Where people just literally use the city wall as the fourth wall of their house.
Or just build on top of them. Like these days,
build on top of it.
Yeah, we have in Cork, for example, they were doing what was it called, renovation works in the park, and then what was it, Peace Park, that's in the centre of Cork, and they end up finding the medieval wall of Cork.
Nice.
So now they kind of it's really super nice actually. So they kind of dug it up, fixed it up, and now it's a part of the park itself. So that's Peace Park in Cork, up around South Main Street. And it's the same thing as well around Kilmallock. Kilmallock was destroyed. Kilmallock was the main capital area for the Desmond Fitzgeralds, and it was destroyed during the Desmond Rebellion. And what was it called? What happened was the town was burnt down, destroyed. And then wolves came in and finished off the population. There was no one to protect the population. And so wolves came in and started eating what was left of the population. So they all got killed by the population and occupied it. So wolves literally lived in the village and were running the village. You can imagine going down to the shop and just seeing a wolf selling you ham. But regardless,
when was that? When was that roughly?
The Desmond Rebellion was 1570. So in 1570, you have the Desmond Rebellion. Desmond Rebellion is crushed by the time you get to the 1580s. And then, what was it called? The village is deserted and taken over by the wolves. The wolves lived there for a good bit. And the English actually have to raise a military force and march into Kilmallock to kill the wolves. Because anytime they try to do it themselves, the wolves actually get very territorial and actually beat back the English. So the English actually have to raise a military force, an actual professional regiment, to march into Kilmallock to take it back. So they actually have to physically take it back. And because of the way it was, what happens is now recently, when people are doing, any renovations or any recent digs or anything, is they'll find walls from the late medieval period, and they'll fix it up and they'll actually make it apart. They'll put glass work around it so they can actually protect it from modern day destruction, and they'll actually build around it. So when you go into SuperValue, which is the main shop in Kilmallock, if you look at the floor, it's all glass floor. Yeah,
awesome.
It's all glass floor, and you can actually see medieval Kilmallock under it, which is so awesome.
That's also pretty cool.
There's if you look on the left side as you go, I was a tour guide in Kilmallock, by the way. That's why I'm talking the way I am.
We're going on a mental tour, on an imagination tour with Philip.
But if you look on the left side, you'll see a medieval wall from Kilmallock as well. So this is a common theme throughout Kilmallock. Is you'll see, suddenly you walk into a building and you actually see glass, and under the glass then you'll see all of the medieval buildings and stuff from back in the day. So it's absolutely terrific.
Yeah, I would say that's actually quite common. You mentioned the walls, the city walls, like all across not just medieval Europe, Korea as well. Like
Yeah.
any city walls or palace walls that fall into disuse, those stones get repurposed and built into homes generally. So if
Yeah.
you there's a lot of towns in Germany, for instance, where you can go into the town, and you think to yourself, oh, they don't have a city wall anymore. Then you look around and you're like, oh, here it is. It's everyone's homes. They just, because it's serious effort to hew and work stone into nice, neat blocks. So if you don't really need the wall anymore, why wouldn't you recycle it? And the same thing happened here in Korea. When you someday come to visit me, I will take you to Gyeongju and I'll take you to the palace grounds, which have these massive earthenworks walls. But on top of the earthworks, seriously massive berm. Like no army would want to try to scale this berm. They would not. They just,
Yeah.
But it's built by man. It's man-made. But on top of that, they had a massive wall that was basically like, I'm gonna for all intents and purposes, like Great Wall of China style wall, right, going all the way around it. Almost none of that's left. there's some rubble left up there, but basically when that city ceased to be the capital of the Shilla dynasty and gradually lost its importance, the palace wasn't maintained anymore. I think it got burnt down by the Mongols probably. And so the walls were there, and those stones, they're somewhere else now. Unfortunately, the Korean War did a lot of damage to Korea, so I don't know where those stones are now. They're not in the city either, because most of those buildings didn't survive. So yeah, but it's a good use for city walls. Just build a house.
It is. Yeah, build around it. Right. I will start finishing up there because I actually have to go and do other bits and bobs. Rachel, do you want to stay on, or are you finishing up as well?
No, I need to eat breakfast. It's 2:30 so p.m. So maybe it's breakfast
Jesus.
time.
I can't say anything. I went Italian as well this morning and just had a coffee for breakfast, and so myself and the wife just had a coffee for breakfast because we had a big curry before going to bed, so we weren't that hungry this morning. So I just had a coffee for breakfast. So I'll have my what's it called? I might make myself some beef rice there or something. Anyway, we'll start finishing up there. So, lads, thank you so much for all the support and obviously staying here to view. It means so much from myself and Rachel. This week, what was it, Sunday, I will be doing my little presentation on, the Scottish War of Independence. We'll be talking about Edward I, uncut and unhinged. So we won't have to worry about the algorithm blocking me. So if you want to go over and say, especially Edward I, because that one is wild. So you will be getting the uncut version of Edward I and that full presentation over on Patreon. So if you want to support the channel, definitely head on over to Patreon and give an old nosy anyway and see what you like over there and see what you want to support. And that's over at Irish Medieval History on Patreon. But you can also stick around and check out the channel as well, because myself, Michal from Clans of Dynasty, and Dr. Owen O'Neill will be talking about the Irish clans as well on Saturday night as well. So definitely stay tuned for that. Rachel, what's your plan for this week? What else do you plan on doing?
Let's see. Today's Wednesday, right? Yeah, okay.
Yes.
I will have a medieval sewing party probably tomorrow afternoon, evening my time. So that will be middle of the day. Tomorrow's Thursday, just to be clear. Tomorrow, Philip and I are in the future of many of you. So, So for me, tomorrow is Thursday, but for some of you, that might be Wednesday. So afternoon, evening, my time will probably be my now traditional Starbucks, medieval Hanok Starbucks sewing party, where I will basically do this, but without Philip. And that will be, I'll probably talk about more of my Inquisition data. And I can also answer your questions about medieval material culture, how people ate, how they lived, how they drank, how they bathed, all of that stuff. Talk about my latest research. And then Friday, Philip, on Friday, were we going to do another medieval buzz? Do you have availability? Yes. Friday, our time.
I keep forgetting about that Friday show. Yeah, we do plan
Yeah.
on doing another
Okay.
Friday show as
Yep.
well.
Yep.
Same time again,
Yep.
same bat hour. Around, God, what time is that New York time again? I can't remember.
That is 9 p.m.
I
9
keep
p.m.
mixing up
Thursday.
the
9 p.m.
9 p.m.
Thursday, New
Right.
York time. Yeah, 9 p.m. Thursday, New York time. Very middle of the night, Europe, Africa. And of
Oh
course,
God,
10
I won't even
a.m.
go there.
Friday.
Yeah.
Yeah, 10 a.m. Friday is Seoul Standard Time / Tokyo Standard Time. We will be doing another Medieval Buzz where we will talk about, again, whatever it is that is buzzing and, of course, answer your questions. Yeah, so I'd like to thank everyone for joining us today. Don't forget to double tap that screen on both, check us out here on the Creative Contessa and also on Irish Medieval History, Philip's channel. I'd like to thank all my channel members and patrons for supporting my work in researching and recreating daily life from the Middle Ages and sharing my knowledge with you all. I'd like to thank all of you who left Philip and me super chats and gems and all the little gifts that now YouTube has enabled. We really appreciate that. YouTube pays us very, very little. Very,
Yeah.
very, very little. They do not share the wealth. YouTube does not share the wealth, really. So
No,
we
it doesn't.
appreciate all of you who are willing to just give us your money. It's kind of crazy, actually. And
Yeah.
if you would like access to extra perks, extra footage, extra tutorials, posts I don't make to anyone else, also my private Creative Contessa Discord server, then consider becoming a patron on Patreon, a Facebook subscriber, or a YouTube channel member. Yeah.
Happy days.
Otherwise, Philip, thank you. Thank you for joining me once again. And I guess I
You're
will
more than
see
welcome.
you on Friday morning.
Yes.